Take what?
Maggie.
Take the steak bet, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I will. A New York Butcher Shop
I need
steak
some
bet.
lights. There we go.
I'll take LSU straight up
You
against
see what
Arkansas.
color that is? That's Arkansas red.
I
Holy
mean,
shit, that is broke.
Can you you looked right up in them.
When they put the lights in,
I know.
they
See it every
said
time.
those kind of lights don't look directly into them.
All right, it is 3 right now. What do you see in this game outside of like movement in Vegas or anything?
That's a great Bromberg's question of the day, brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's.
I wonder we're going to get to it.
We're in a 0 day of getting them all in, so I'm trying to go back to a streak of 1.
You know, one of the easiest / hardest questions in the world to ask is someone to marry you.
Right.
Because it's difficult because you're a little nervous, but it's easy because you know the answer, right? But if you are going to pop the question, you need to go see our diamond specialists. That's our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today, brombergs.com. Family owned and operated since 1836. Best in the business. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's.
Real quickly.
I asked the question.
Do you see 14% growth here in the middle for me?
Nope.
No, but I have noticed something the entire show, and I've meant to mention it to you
I missed
during
a
the
spot?
break. You missed a spot in the back.
Did I?
Yep.
I did it myself last night because Maggie wouldn't cut it for me.
I could tell.
The old rat tail.
What does she do to earn her keep?
It's finals week at Duke.
Yeah.
Finals.
What does that mean?
Next 2 weeks is finals.
Not
She's at
barber
final
school.
final exams. All right.
So-
Did you take them online, though?
Yeah. If I bring this year's, will you do it for me?
Oh,
Probably.
please complete the circle.
Well, don't say you're going to
Complete
cut
the
his hair
circle.
and you won't hang my TVs.
Seriously.
So tell me, outside of movement in Vegas, don't get me into this
this is
Vegas
the Bromberg's
mumbo jumbo.
question of the day.
This is the Bromberg's question of the day.
I think it's a matchup.
What do you
again,
like there?
I think LSU is accelerated, and they are a year or 2 ahead of where they should be right now. I think Jaden Daniels is playing out of his mind, but Arkansas can be physical. The last couple of weeks, they haven't been. They were really flat last week. KJ Jefferson can be a really good quarterback, which I fully expect him to be on Saturday. Rocket Sanders leads the SEC in rushing. I think he'll have success. They don't abandon the run.
They were a complete mess against Liberty.
Oh, they were. Again,
Yeah.
and I don't know how to explain that, but we're going to see Sam Pittman, how he motivates, and he seems like a good motivator behind the scenes. We'll see how motivated this team is to play an 11 a.m. game. I fully believe Arkansas comes out. I think they win the game by double digits.
Rivalry game. It's a battle for the boat. You think they win it by double
Don't let
digits?
that, don't
I
let
really
that
do.
slide
Yeah,
by.
I really do.
Double digits. You think Arkansas wins
I
this
think
thing?
they pop them. Now, when I told people that I believed LSU was going to beat Ole Miss by double digits, everybody said, "Oh, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about."
They did.
And they did. And that's what's going to happen Saturday. But I still think LSU is going to beat A&M, and then LSU is still going to.
Yeah, you still think they'll be in Atlanta. You just think they're about to make it really interesting.
And it's going to be weird having them in Atlanta with 3 losses. When's the last time we had
it might have
Florida?
Yeah,
probably?
Florida against Alabama. What?
So
who-
you think
who do
LSU would still go to Atlanta if they lose?
Yeah, because I think they're going to beat A&M, and I think Alabama's going to beat Ole Miss.
Yeah, if
Yeah, but
Alabama
that's-
beats Ole Miss, that's
Yeah.
all that matters.
No, but that's a 3-way two.
doesn't
two
matter.
team-
LSU holds the head-to-head with both teams.
because LSU's
Oh,
beat
that's
both.
right.
They beat Ole Miss and Alabama. So yeah, I mean, there's no tie that helps
So
Alabama.
Jimmy Bama, just remember, if LSU can lose both.
Jimbo Fisher would break my heart again. How many times? Can Jimbo do it in one life? LSU hangover for Bob.
I agree.
Really
There's
Bob
some
thing.
of that. There's some of that, and Arkansas probably has had to come to Jesus week with Sam Pittman.
Caleb, who's helping us on some breaking news, Grayson McCall, right? We said that a couple hours ago. The Coastal Carolina quarterback out for an extended period of time. But Caleb is pointing out that Auburn just announced a sellout against Texas A&M for Saturday's game.
I'll
we
give
expected
them-
that with Carnell
Yeah,
Williams.
but I'll give a little applaud there because, I mean, for them to fight, for this team to be completely out of it, 1-5 in conference, to sell that game out, to take your time to go down there and support that team, that's big.
I know a lot of Auburn fans, and while we brought this up on the Saturday show, you knew some too. I would talk to an Auburn fan. He was just going to eat the ticket. He didn't think anybody would want to go with Harsin, and because of Carnell, he drove to Starkville.
Yeah, I had friends that did the same thing, and they're 100% all in on tailgating and do it again this week at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Appreciate you guys so much. Remember, your chance to go see the Budweiser Clydesdales Thursday right there at the Piggly Wiggly, Tyler Road in Hoover, 2 to 4. Thursday, Piggly Wiggly, Tyler Road in Hoover, 2 to 4. And our Bud Light game night is Thursday night, Trustful Social. I'm looking forward again to this one. Thursday night, Trustful Social. If you're out in Trustful, come hang out with us 5 to 7. We're looking forward to that. Replay starts very soon on all these platforms. You get everything on YouTube. Remember to subscribe and give us a thumbs up there as you watch any of our programming. Thank you again. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go now. Live show on a Thursday. An interesting NFL weekend coming up. Always big in college football as we get ready for Brown's Thursday tradition, which I'm told is really good. Does it involve a mask or anything today?
Nope, no costume today. I think you guys will like it, though.
Okay, that's coming up a little bit later on today. And a fun show, including Brock Huard and Stan White, a couple of quarterbacks coming up in the final hour of the show. Let's start off, though, with a little NFL news as we get going today. A lot of people are talking about quarterback injuries as we get ready for an NFL weekend, and that includes Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills, a lot of people's favorites to win the Super Bowl. He's still day-to-day with that UCL. Matt Stafford now finds himself in concussion protocol. I mean, we're getting to a situation where we've got some old quarterbacks who aren't playing well and some of the star quarterbacks who aren't maybe scheduled to play this weekend. That's not a good scenario when the NFL has a lot of quarterbacks sitting out.
Yeah, Brown and I were talking about this concussion protocol. You know, Matt Stafford doesn't have a concussion, but he's got to clear some tests and able to play on Sunday. He hasn't practiced this week. Look, this isn't as significant as what's going on with the UCL for Josh Allen because they're battling for home field advantage. The Rams are just battling to somehow get a wild card.
That's right.
But again, you know, with John Wolford starting in place of Matt Stafford possibly against the Cardinals, you know, that changes the dynamic of that entire game and possibly the Rams season.
It definitely does. And this concussion protocol is so weird because I was telling Lance, because Stafford, he didn't leave the game for this.
Nope. I don't remember a clean hit. I mean, Dunaway and I were talking about it before.
Yeah.
I don't remember him getting any type of hit that would resemble something that could lead to a concussion.
And his wife has sent out a Twitter or Instagram message or whatever talking about how alarming it is and all that. It wasn't until Tuesday that he entered protocol because they asked him some questions in the locker room, didn't like his answers, and then further evaluated him and decided to put him into concussion protocol Tuesday. But this protocol thing's so weird because, as I was telling Lance, when Tua was in concussion protocol, Teddy Bridgewater also had to go into concussion protocol. Never failed a concussion test, never showed any signs or symptoms of concussion. So he didn't fail a test, showed no signs or symptoms, and still missed a start because of it. So
I know they were doing that off of just video where they'd seen some hits and anything. And the reason I brought it up pre-show was because I've seen some of the coaches' film from Alabama LSU this past week. And I don't know if they really did a great job of showing this on the broadcast. I always love the Fowler Herbstreit broadcast, but maybe I don't remember it. But it was sort of 4 or 5 hits that someone had edited together off the coach's video. Nothing illegal, nothing that should have been flagged, just the amount of contact that Bryce was taking after throwing the football. And people were making the point, maybe that was why Bryce was off, not concussion, just the pressure that LSU was getting to him and hitting him right after he let go of the football. That stuff can add up, and I assume that's where Stafford got one of these hits, and maybe what the NFL saw in Bridgewater, one of those hits raised some red flags with them. We treat the college and the NFL game differently, but I was just surprised on how much contact came for Bryce after the throws this past week, and it happens a lot, especially in the NFL.
Well, I was going to ask you guys, so the NFL has got somebody from New York watching all of these hits on Sunday, and they can immediately put somebody in that concussion protocol and pull them out of a game. But on Tuesday, if the Rams are asking questions internally, did the NFL send somebody in to ask those questions?
I don't know.
Because you would just assume a lot of these organizations, my star quarterback, you know, we really need to win this game. He doesn't have a concussion. We'll let this go. I mean, I just –
No, I know once you enter protocol, it's all league, right? So, like –
but I'm just wondering if the Rams are actually the ones that put him in protocol.
Yeah, I think once you get in protocol, the league doctors are the ones that take everything over. They take it out of the team's hands for the very reason you're talking about, Lance, so that there is no suggestion of impropriety.
Wink and a nod, we need you back in the game.
That's right, which there was in the Tua situation, but that was from an uneducated people who didn't realize the league was handling all that, and it was a league guy that got fired, not a Dolphins guy that got fired. So, I don't know. That's something to keep an eye on. You mentioned Bryce. Can I give a little tease here?
Yes.
I don't know when we want to do it. You can pick when we do it. talked with someone yesterday.
Okay, now's a good time. Let's just go ahead and get into
No,
it.
let's tease it. Let's tease it. I want to tease it.
Okay.
Talked to somebody yesterday about why Bryce is quote-unquote struggling. Quote-unquote. I put quote-unquote because I think most people would take the way Bryce is playing, but when you look at Bryce Young, you're used to more. And he said, it's not the injury at all. I'll tell you what it is from an exceptional source, and I'll tell you that later.
Okay, that's coming up a little bit later on.
Why
in the show.
Bryce is struggling.
Aaron settles with why Alabama's offense is struggling, a story at The Athletic today, and we have that in our morning rounds, easily linked at nextroundlive.com, where you find everything about the show, including Next Round store, where you can go buy our swag, a great gift this holiday and Christmas season right there, nextround.store, or you can go to our website, nextroundlive.com. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking to get into shape, before we talk a little college football here, it's never too early to start getting ready for the 2023 football season, 2023 summer season out at the lake or the beach, and you can get in shape with our friends at Way to Wellness. The website is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and the consultation with Leslie and her board-certified team absolutely free right there. Check them out. It's aplanforme.com, the website, Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Let's rewind a little bit. Forrester, do we have cut 12 from yesterday already ready to go? Cut 12, Rockstar. We'll start with this. Let's talk a little bit about the Auburn coaching search and where we are right now, because this got a lot of play from the show yesterday. Neil McCready, who joins us, works over and covers the Ole Miss Rebel program and does several different podcasts and such in the state of Mississippi. He was on the show with us yesterday, and he had this to say, talking about the possibility of Lane Kiffin being the next coach at Auburn. And then he brings up the fact that he agrees with LT that Hugh Freeze is a much better fit for a place like Auburn than Lane Kiffin. Here's how it sounded on the show yesterday.
Hugh Freeze, he checks every box there for Auburn, does he not?
Every single one of them. Look, I don't mean this as a criticism. We did the college visit. My daughter and I went over there. I covered Auburn for 6 years. We took the visit, and everything is War Eagle, War Eagle, War Eagle. Everywhere you go, it's the whole thing. Lane's not doing any of that. Hugh will do all of that. Lane is not going to do – look, they lit the Christmas tree in Oxford last night. Lane did it a year ago, bitched about it. Did not do it this year.
Who bitches about lighting a Christmas tree?
Lane doesn't like stuff like that. Hugh Freeze will go light all the Christmas trees. Hugh Freeze will go to every one of those meetings. What are they? Tiger Club or whatever they're called. I'm not trying to be condescending. I just don't know the name. He's going to go to all of them. He'll do all of that stuff. He'll take 1,000,000 pictures. He'll kiss the babies. He's a politician, and Auburn likes politicians. They've always have. They like that guy that's out among them. He's going to let the boosters in. Freeze is. Kiffin's not. It's locked down. Kiffin followed the Nick Saban program building model. Even though he worked for Pete Carroll and for 6 seasons, he's much more Saban than he is Carroll in terms of the way he runs his organization. It's very tight. Auburn's not going to like that. He's not going to do he's not going to do local media. Hugh Freeze will do all the local media. It's one fits, one doesn't, and Hugh comes at about, half the price?
Yeah, so that yesterday, the reaction was all over the place from Ole Miss fans, a lot of reaction from Auburn fans. Were you guys first surprised about the reaction you got from that comment on the show?
Well, it's a kind of a mixed reaction. I think a lot of Auburn fans got upset because, for whatever reason, they felt like Neil was taking a shot at Auburn, and I don't think he was. He was just talking about his experience from having covered Auburn and living in this state. And then you got some Auburn people like Hoke. Justin Hokanson retweeted that piece of video Scott just edited and played right there and said, this is 100% spot on. So I kind of got a mixed reaction on it, LT.
Well, what's interesting is Hugh Freeze seems like a perfect fit. But I talked to somebody again yesterday that said there's no way that Auburn is going to be able to greenlight Hugh Freeze, which still makes no sense to me. All these guys have baggage. Lane Kiffin's got baggage. You guys would agree with that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
And
it's not as public, I guess, as some are, but there's always been a story that comes with Lane Kiffin.
Look, I would say this again. I'll go back, and Mike Griffith was, one of the first people to bring this up on our show, the guy that covers Georgia, oddly. But he talks a lot of SEC, is that they are obviously different sets of transgressions between he and Bruce Pearl. Obviously. Nobody is going to suggest the two sets of transgressions are the same, right? But Auburn took a chance on Bruce Pearl when he was out of coaching. And let's not lose sight of the fact that when Bruce first took the job, he was still under recruiting restrictions. Auburn had to work around the recruiting restrictions that Bruce Pearl was under. But you know what? That was maybe the best hire Auburn has ever made in athletics, period, outside of maybe Pat Dye.
Well, see, and I personally believe Hugh Freeze is a better coach than Lane Kiffin. I know Lane Kiffin's the hot, shiny new toy right now. But I think when you look at the history of what Hugh Freeze has been able to do, I think ultimately it would be a slam dunk for Auburn. They typically get their coaching search wrong, but hopefully this is I don't believe prime time. Deion's not going to be up for this job. You guys would agree, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, and I think Lane Kiffin, once they do some digging, ain't going to happen.
I'm that guy is one of the reactions that we get on Twitter. He is that guy. He says, I believe Freeze is who they need there. Kiffin is more about Kiffin than he is about the program he's at. Now, I watch him at Ole Miss, and he's all about come to the SIP, and he seems to do a lot of Ole Miss things.
He does,
is that a fair?
It's a fair.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you get a lot of Kiffin. I think Kiffin gives you a lot of Kiffin, and I don't think it hurts the on-field products. Again, they were 10-2 last year, and they got a really good shot at being 10-2 again this year, or maybe better if they can win Saturday.
I say I'm a Lane Kiffin guy. I like
Lane. I don't dislike Lane, but I'm not going to say that you don't get a whole lot of Lane Kiffin from Lane Kiffin. You do. I mean, Lane likes to poke the bear a little bit with guys like Saban and Jimbo. Lane likes to, be out there on social media and do kind of wild and crazy stuff to get attention, because I think Lance feels like he's got to do that in recruiting. He's not at a traditional blue blood powerhouse where it doesn't recruit itself, but it's got an advantage in recruiting. He's got to create an advantage at Mississippi.
Yeah, well, look, and I think he also, I think we would all agree, he enjoys social media. LT Gray over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room told me to shut the F up, that I don't have a source that told me about Hugh. I'm not making this up. And by the way, you said that Hoke retweeted that.
He did.
Hoke, I don't know if you guys remember, like 3 weeks ago, a month ago, when Hugh Freeze's name came up, he said on this show that it would have to be signed off by the president and the AD, and I'm just paraphrasing him here, but I think I remember Hoke saying that wasn't going to happen, or he didn't believe it would happen. Do you guys recall that conversation?
It does seem unlikely, but I still don't know who I do recall that conversation to answer your question. I don't know who the true decision maker is at Auburn, though. Is
it a sole booster? I mean,
right. Is it a set of boosters? Can they veto that if the president? Can they tell him, oh yeah, you are going to sign off on this? Yeah. Let me remind you of how I got you this job. I mean, that's the thing you never know, is if you play it up like, well, the president's going to sign off on it. Well, the president may not be the one that's making his own decisions. He may be. I'm not saying he isn't, but I'm just saying he may not be.
But how long can this hang with Hugh Freeze?
Susan says, I do not care. I want a winner and not Hugh Freeze. Give me Lane Kiffin. Kiffin is winning in the SEC right now, which I think resonates. You see the Hokinson retweet of our stuff from yesterday about this. And then Fred says, when people are talking about fit, Susan nails it. The only fit to me is winning. Fit to a program to me is winning. I just want a winner.
Did we forget, though, that Hugh Freeze was not only winning at Ole Miss, but beating Alabama?
I'm glad you brought that up. Here's the stat. Ole Miss and Alabama played this weekend. The series record is all-time 53-10-2, which means Hugh Freeze is responsible for 20% of the wins Ole Miss has over Alabama all-time.
That's pretty remarkable.
The history.
Yeah.
They named the stadium after the other guy.
Johnny Vault.
Yeah.
So it could have one day been Vault Freeze. We're going to the freezer.
Yeah.
So they've beaten Bama 10 times, and he's got 2 of the 10. That's what you're telling me. He's got 20% of Ole Miss's all-time wins against Alabama.
53-10-2 all-time Ole Miss and Alabama, and Hugh's got a couple of those wins there.
I mean, you can't deny it. Those were really good Alabama teams.
Of course, Lane has the kind of team that could get one this weekend, and you're living in the here and now and not back in the mid-teens of the 20s here, to 20 teens. So Lane's got a team that could challenge and maybe pull the upset this weekend, and that would resonate again quickly. Just thought it was interesting, the reaction from Neil McCrady's comment on the Kiffin and Freeze fit yesterday here on the show. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Precision Sports. As we get ready for another weekend of college football, we'll jump in to a little bit more of one of the big games this weekend, which is LSU battling Arkansas for the boot. We'll get to that in just a second. But first, our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, it says the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
All right, Rockstar, let's go cut 8, 9, and 10. Brian Kelly continues to try to bring his team back down off of the win over Alabama. That's a challenge, right, this week?
A huge challenge.
I mean,
I think that's part of why Lance likes Arkansas.
How big of that is why you like Arkansas?
A lot of it is that, yeah. I mean, look, that's traditionally LSU, Alabama, coming out of that game, these teams are banged up.
No, you're right. It is historically been a tough spot for both teams.
Speaking of which, on this day in history.
That's right. On this day in history was the Johnny Manziel Day over in Tuscaloosa.
Wow.
Which I saw a video. I think it was Conor O'Gara was retweeting the video this morning, and it was the famous play from that game, right, where they think they've got Manziel sacked, and he bobbles it and hits the guy in the end zone. And they immediately just start doing the reaction shots, the cut shots. And I'm like, man, you had the Arizona Cardinals head coach on one side, the Georgia Bulldogs head coach on the other side, and Nick Saban.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some coaching power in that game. Now, the Cardinals coach is not a very good NFL head coach, but still.
And Kevin Sumlin.
As I put it anyway, he's basically out of football, I guess. I don't know what Sumlin's doing now.
I have no idea.
He was
one of the coaches.
He was a USFL coach.
Yeah.
I assume he'll do that again.
Was DJ Durkin on the A&M?
No, it was Mark Snyder. I can't believe I remember this. Is their defensive coordinator.
And then he took the Marshall job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alabama probably had Billy Napier, Mario Cristobal, some of those guys.
2012, yeah. I mean, there were some good coaches out there. There's no doubt.
Yeah. So Brian Kelly's got to get his guys back down. Got to bring them back down. We'll start with cut number 8. Brian Kelly gets asked if the win over Alabama was the biggest of his career. Now, Brian Kelly coached at Notre Dame and won some games. Was this the biggest win of his career? Here's Brian Kelly.
Was Saturday night the biggest one of your career?
I don't. The biggest win of my career is going to be when we win a national championship, and so I'm focused on one thing when I came down here, and that's to win championships. That's one game. It was an exciting win, but I don't put it in the category of the biggest. I think I've had teams that have achieved great things, and I think this team achieved a great victory because of where we were in January and what we've become. And so maybe for me, probably as satisfying as a win for a group of guys that have committed themselves to a process and in that time have achieved a lot.
Yeah. So in other words, he's having to walk it back already because when he was introduced, one of his things was, I came here to beat Nick Saban.
Yep.
So now you've done that. Now you've realized, all right, man, we've done that. We've got to still play some football. We've got to do some other things now.
Outside of Grand Valley State, I think that was the
That's
first.
That's where he
coaching
won
stop.
his championship.
Yeah, he won a national championship. I really, when you rack your brain, did great things at Cincinnati. When you look at Notre Dame, they got to the BCS National Championship, but they didn't win a championship to get there. They lost that game going away.
The 12 season, they played Oklahoma in Norman that year. And I don't know what the rankings were. I remember that being a top 5 matchup, maybe a top 10 matchup.
I think it was at least a top 5.
Yeah, I think maybe a top 10 matchup. That was a big game mid-season, and it was like mid-season too. Oklahoma broke away from the Big 12 schedule to play it.
See, I don't even remember.
You don't remember that?
No.
It was in 12. I mean, somebody could check me on that. I could be wrong.
Well, I think you can make an argument, though. My point is that was
no,
his
I don't
biggest
disagree.
win.
Yeah.
Well, he said it that when he got to LSU, I came here because I want to beat Nick Saban.
Yep.
And now he's done it. Now he's got to do what Tennessee had to do last week and had to do it in a tough place at Georgia. But they were number 1 in the college football playoffs, and everyone was talking about them, and they had to handle a big stage against the monster that was Georgia. It's a different situation because Arkansas ain't Georgia. But they're going on the road in the SEC, and guess what? All of a sudden, everyone's talking LSU and how they have a path to the college football playoffs, and they've got to handle that. Here's Brian Kelly talking about handling being now the hunted.
the biggest thing this year is that they have jumped in the deep end and really didn't know how to swim. But they were not going to drown. They were going to find a way to stay above water and kicking and doing whatever is necessary. And that's kind of built this fight in them, this toughness in them. And they haven't been perfect, and certainly we're not there yet. But they have such a pride in LSU. And when we first met, we said, look, we finished last, and that's not the standard. And you have a choice to do something about it. You can continue to be bad. You can be average. You can be good, which everybody in this room is good, or you can be elite. And they've made great choices along the way, so I'm really proud of them.
And they have. This team was down a lot at halftime at Jordan-Hare Stadium, and you can't get that out of your mind. They were down a lot at halftime and came back and won that game. And his teams, even at Notre Dame, got better as they went throughout the year.
You know, Bama and Bourbon yesterday, me and Aaron Suttles were talking about this, and he said, you know, Alabama's season, it's been up and down based on the opponent, but they haven't gotten any better. But when you look at LSU, they legitimately, from where they were week 1 against Florida State, and look, Florida State's number 25 right now.
Yeah, but they looked 3-9 in that game.
Yeah, they did. And LSU now, I think, would beat Florida State by 14.
Oh, yeah, they'd run them out of the stadium.
But yeah, they have gotten better and better, and it is hard to believe how dominant Auburn was against LSU in that first half.
It is. And now it gets to the big question. Is this a trap game this weekend? I'll let you guys answer that, whatever you call trap game, after Brian Kelly answers it.
It's a trap game, classic trap game here.
I guess. I mean, I guess that's what they call it. I've never bought into that because I think if it's a trap game, you have not done a very good job with your football team. In January and February, for example, January, February, March, we did not train indoors. We trained outdoors. So weather's not going to be a factor. We've been outside in 50-degree, 40-degree weather. They know that, Arkansas is an SEC opponent that beat them last year. So, look, your thoughts affect, your actions, right? That affect your physiological response. So we've been working on how we think since day one. And it becomes a trap game if you're not thinking right.
I played that for you. For two reasons. One, because Forrester cuts it up every day and tells me what to play on the show. All the great stuff on the show comes from Forrester. So he produces that. But I want you to imagine how Les Miles and Ed Orgeron answers that question compared to the way that guy just answered the question.
Well, and it was the point I made. I don't know why Brian Kelly is so polarizing. I think the guy's a really, really good coach, just as far as his coaching. Not whether you like him personally or not, but his coaching. I've never understood why it's so polarizing. I think he's proven he's a really good coach everywhere he's been. And it's why I think he'll win a championship at LSU. My point has always been, this guy coaches circles around Les Miles and Ed Orgeron. Two complete idiots that won national championships at LSU. You don't think that guy can do it?
Yeah.
I've never understood that. Now, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But to think he can't is crazy.
I think he ultimately will. I mean, we're seeing what he's doing in year 1 here. But I do think this is a trap game. I mean, multiple reasons. It's one of these early sleepy games. Arkansas is coming off a terrible performance. We know Arkansas is still a good team.
I don't, LT, and I don't see how LSU – I mean, I'm not playing games here with you. I just don't see how this LSU team loses to that Arkansas team.
Yeah, I just don't think Arkansas is that bad. Now, they were in the top 10, not that means anything. They've played some really good games. KJ Jefferson is a quarterback that is capable of having huge games, and Jaden Daniels hasn't had a bad game in a long time. I just think this is a perfect recipe for Arkansas.
Rocket Sanders and KJ Jefferson, but the strength of the LSU defense is that front seven, and then the receiving core. The receiving core of LSU is so good, and that's where Arkansas secondary has been shaky. It just doesn't seem like a good match. As much as, the Alabama in me would love to keep hope alive that somehow Arkansas and A&M could win these games and knock LSU off, I just don't see it happening.
Well, I think hope will be alive after this weekend. I think hope dies once LSU plays A&M.
Yeah. So
I mean, here's the thing. I don't think LSU's an elite team. I think they're playing really good football and they're getting better and better. Are they better than Arkansas? Yeah, they probably are better than Arkansas, but I just think this is perfect storm for the Hogs.
All right, so we're off and rolling. Interesting conversation there about LSU and Arkansas. Trap game, not a trap game, and where the mind is of the team that beat Alabama last week and now controls their own destiny, possibly all the way to the college football playoffs if they can win out, including beating a Georgia team in the SEC championship game. That is the college football conversation we kick off with here on a Thursday on the show that is being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. LT, if you got something that's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, there's one name to call since 1955. No, 1954.
There you go, Dunaway.
Yes.
Yes. Trust the name that Birmingham has trusted for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. It is our friends at Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. Something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right. Disaster can strike at any moment. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right. First time, always at a fair price. Again, 205-229-2090.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Bellarmine had the big win in college basketball last night over Louisville. Well, that's the equivalent of what, say, here in the Birmingham market? Is that Birmingham Southern beating Auburn or Alabama?
No.
No? Is
Birmingham
Sanford?
Southern's Division III. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd say Sanford or Jack State.
It's Kenny Payne's first game as Louisville's head coach.
Is that good? Or?
No, it's probably not good.
Only Brown made this point. There's only a 7-point, 9 to 7 point, depending on where you're shopping it, betting line in that game going in. So everyone sort of knew that Bellarmine could make that interesting.
Yeah, I thought when Chris Mack took that program over that Louisville was going to be really good.
I kind of did too. I thought Mack could coach, but it just never worked, did it?
Nope.
Troy, Sanford, Alabama A&M all at home games tonight in basketball. Alabama State's out at USC, 10 o'clock on the Pac-12 Network. If you get that and want to watch Alabama State play, UAB, Alabama, and Auburn all return to action tomorrow. Andy Kennedy's Blazers in Philadelphia, part of the Barstool tournament. Tomorrow. They take on Toledo first, Friday in Philly. That's an afternoon game. Alabama gets Liberty at home. Auburn gets USF at home, all with Friday basketball as the basketball season starts to heat up with some good games. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Wayne's. Eventually, the weather is going to get cold and your grass is going to go dormant. It hasn't happened everywhere yet.
That's going to be next week if you look ahead a little bit. And Wayne's knows that when it warms back up in spring and summer, you want your yard to look absolutely the best it could possibly be. So they want you to get on board with Envirolawn. Envirolawn gets the proper nutrients and pre-emergence into the soil, into the root system, so that your yard gets the fall shutdown process in order so that when it comes back in spring and summer, it looks great. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call to get on board with Envirolawn. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use code TNR at checkout. And you could save. We'll pay for the first month for you at checkout with code TNR. 866-WAYNES-1, code TNR. You get 12 months for the price of 11 when you call 866-WAYNES-1 and use code TNR.
Yeah, a couple of things to tell you about going on today. First off, it's Bud Light game night. We're out at Trussville Social tonight. Was talking to someone last night who lives in Trussville, is going to come out and hang out with us tonight. You guys can do that too. 5 to 7, Trussville Social right there in Trussville, downtown, in their little entertainment district there. And then if you're not able to make it, if you're not in the area, anywhere in the country, you can watch us on our video platform, 5 to 6 this afternoon with a specialty show from Trussville Social on Bud Light game night. And the Budweiser Clydesdales are in town and out and about starting today. The Piggly Wiggly Tyler Road, 2 to 4. You get a chance to see those beautiful animals, and they'll be hitched up in a photo opportunity today, 2 to 4 at the Piggly Wiggly on Tyler Road. Don't forget they'll be part of the Veterans Day parade tomorrow, and then they'll be in the Lakeview District, 2 to 4. Take the kids out and see the Budweiser Clydesdales. It's a rare opportunity to see these beautiful animals. 2 to 4, Lakeview District, and then Sunday at the Coleman Christmas Market. They'll be up there as well. So the Clydesdales are out and about. You can go to our social media platform and see all their locations in their stay here in town, and we'll talk about it again a little bit later on in the show. So those two things happening today. So too is the preparation more for college football week number 11 this weekend. That includes Alabama trying to get back in winning ways in another tough road game. Their losses have been at Tennessee and at LSU. Forrester, you sent a picture to me last night. Look at LSU's field. After we saw Tennessee, they had to replace 2 goalposts, and there were turf that was dug up. LSU sent this out, the aftermath of the field rush the other day, Technically not that bad,
It
relatively
just
speaking.
looks like it's going dormant is what it looks like.
No, on the I don't know if that's east or west side, but the red zone on one side is not bad at all.
Yeah, that's the student section to the left.
Okay.
Alabama's tunnel is that little white thing that sort of protects them from throwing bottles and stuff on the players as they come out.
So it's always good to have that.
Yeah, you would need that. They got one more home game, right? UAB is it. Those other two are on the road,
They
right?
got UAB at home,
Yep.
yeah. Or is Texas A&M at home too?
I thought it was on the road. Could be wrong.
It's on the road.
Yeah, I think they got 2 conference road games left in UAB at home.
Yeah, so that's one more. They'll put some paint on it for UAB to come to town.
Paint it green. They'll never know.
Paint it green. They'll do that down there. But Nick Saban had a chance yesterday after practice to talk about his team in certain moments of the game, how they've got to get better. Some late last-second losses that if they had one play here or one play there, they would be a one-loss or an unbeaten team. Here's Nick Saban.
You know, you hope that when guys practice well, and I believe in this, that they will play better in the game. But there's so many things that happen in the game, all right, that you have to be able to maintain your individual momentum, all right, to be able to play the next play and execute when, you know, your best is needed. I mean, when an oh shit moment comes up in the game, you got to be able to play the next play. Just like you got to do the same thing in life. We all have issues and things that happen in our life. Some we create, some we don't create. We still have to deal with. But you got to have the right mindset to be able to sustain the right energy level and regain momentum when those things happen. And, you know, that's one of the things that we need to get better at.
So think back to these 2 moments just the other night. LSU touchdown in overtime. They're going for 2. All you got to do is make one play and you win the game. You walk it off 31-30 at that point, right? Mm-hmm. One play. Now you've had an crap moment with them scoring the touchdown. You've got to get one guy off the field late. Things seem to be chaotic. That's the old shit moment, as he says there. And you don't make one play, you win that football game if you make one play on a 2-point conversion, which basically is a 50-50 coin toss. You don't make the play, they make the play, they beat you. Go back to the Tennessee game. Missed field goal.
I thought it was the Gibbs drop was the oh shit moment.
What, in the Tennessee game?
Yeah. Could be.
I mean, I think there were probably a game full of those
they probably
moments
were.
against Tennessee.
But that's just one of those, if you play it 99 out of 100 times, he makes a clean grab there, maybe scores.
Okay, but you miss the kick. Now, all you have to do is go out and play defense. You probably just have to make
That's 20-something seconds, right?
Yeah, you probably just have to make
one play
on defense,
and you're in
not
overtime.
give up the big throw to Brew McCoy, and you go to overtime.
Yeah, now they may still lose that game at overtime. In fact, I would have liked Tennessee in overtime. That game may have gone on forever the way those 2 teams are playing on offense. But you're right. I mean, one stop and you're at least in overtime not losing.
Yeah, you go back and you look at championship teams, right? I mean, let's go back to 2010 Auburn. What are they down at Bryant-Denny Stadium? They had a first half of all sorts of old crap moments.
Yep.
And they handled that and came back and won that game. You look at Georgia last year. Stetson Bennett from 3 quarters. I mean, he's fumbling it out of bounds, and he's making mistakes, a number of oh crap moments. And they respond and they win a championship. That's the difference between a championship DNA and not having a championship team, how you handle those old crap moments,
well,
right?
You know, they handled them in Texas and Texas A&M. You know, not great teams, but they still handled them.
That's right.
Because, you know, when I brought this up to Aaron yesterday on Bama and Bourbon, you know, this team is 2 plays away from being undefeated. And he said, yeah, but they're, 4 plays away from having 4 losses.
That's right. That's right. And that's what Projection Sports says. Texas A&M came down to a final play 2. That could have been the 2nd worst loss in the Saban era.
Yeah.
I assume he's going Louisiana Monroe as 1.
I still don't know if it was Clemson beating the daylights out of Alabama for the national championship.
I think a lot of people just
or kick six.
Kick six is what I was
the
thinking.
cam back.
Yeah.
I mean, take your pick.
Yeah. You could easily forget La Monroe if some of those go the other way.
But when you hear this a lot on Bama and Bourbon, the new one is out. It's with Aaron Suttles and LT, but there has been something different about the feel of this team when it comes to those old crap moments. And Nick Saban talking about that last night. We'll see if they can avoid one. happening this weekend. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap today. Time to get those gutters capped and get ready for a new season. Something else happening today. I'll tell you what it is after Gutter Cap.
Hey, look, those leaves are falling. One of the things you don't want to do after working all week is get the dangerous ladder out and clean the gutters out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Make the phone call that I made years ago to my friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Right now, 45% off the retail price for all the viewers and listeners of the next round. Patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. Keep that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. Back with a lifetime warranty. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com or 205-823-2212.
There is a ownership group being formed to buy the Washington Commanders. Did you see?
There's some power players.
Did you see one other name that has joined Jeff Bezos and Jay-Z?
Yeah, Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, I thought that was weird that a Texas guy would buy the hated Redskins.
But he grew up, apparently, he's a Redskins fan for a long time. There's pictures of him on the sidelines.
I know. I mean, that's, to me, growing up, the biggest rivalry in the NFL was Washington-Dallas.
To me, it was too.
When I was a kid growing up. I mean, you had some other ones. Green Bay and Chicago was a big rivalry. But the one that got sold to me as a kid is, hey, this is the one you want to pay attention to, was Washington-Dallas.
Yeah, because to me, Washington was so big around here. The Dolphins, it didn't seem like they had a rival. You know, back when I was a kid with Don Shula.
I mean, just divisional teams, Buffalo, and only because you're in a division.
But it seemed like the Cowboys were rivals with the Redskins twice a year, the 49ers for some reason.
Well, because a lot of times that was the path to the Super Bowl, whoever could win that game in the NFC.
And then the Steelers back when I was a real kid, because it was the Cowboys and Steelers in a couple of Super Bowls. They seemed like the team. But to me, it was the Cowboys and the Redskins.
Yeah. I remember, were they live mascots or not? Was there either a black Indian or a black cowboy? Do you guys remember what I'm talking about?
I do, absolutely. I think the guy recently died.
Yeah, he did pass away.
I don't know that he was.
I think he was a black cowboy and they had a real Indian.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think he was an official team mascot. I think it was one of those where the guy just kept coming to the game dressed up, so they kind of adopted him.
Well, he was sort of like the
Jets guy,
the naked guy in the barrel with Bronco.
That's right, yeah.
Or the Jets guy with the fireman hat.
Fireman Ed or whatever his name is. Yeah.
And the Ohio State guy, the bald head, who puts the logo up here.
So I think I do remember that, to answer your question, Lance. That was a big rivalry back then. So it's weird that a guy that's all Texas would want to buy into the Washington Commanders.
These franchises are the best investment out there when you're talking
there's
about
no doubt,
ROI, 10 years down the road.
Tom says Crazy Ray was his name. Crazy Ray, the Cowboy fan.
Okay.
Yeah,
I believe it.
I remember that. You'd get a lot of shots of him. They let him. He was on the field, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think he was down there with the famous Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders.
Yeah, had 2 loaded guns on him. That was back before all.
Now you assume they were loaded.
They were not loaded guns. LT Crazy Ray got his own Wikipedia page.
Oh yeah.
Look at a rock star finding Crazy Ray that quick.
Yep. He was a big fan back in those
Man,
NFL.
they gave him access though, didn't they?
That's the new stadium.
Give me a close up of him.
Nothing better is a good looking baggy chaps.
Yeah, he doesn't wear the chaps as well as the Texas.
Well, you got him
girls.
old now. If you go back in the 70s, Crazy Ray.
Let's see if I can get a better picture.
No, he looks like
same
somebody.
picture.
Maybe it's just Crazy Ray.
Hey, if you go back, Lance, the one Lance was talking about with the Indian is.
Has he got a little Apollo Creed in him, like late Apollo Creed?
There's old Crazy Ray. Look at him, man. I loved his team.
Yep.
I like that, man.
He's got a Sharpie.
He's got a Sharpie.
No, he's signing autographs. You don't want a Crazy Ray autograph?
Do the Bronco barrel guy.
Yeah,
because he died a long time
that guy
ago.
did pass. I guess Crazy Ray's still with us. I don't know that he's died, but I thought I remembered him dying. But I know the Bronco barrel guy died.
Oh yeah, he's
massive
heart attack.
I don't know what got him, Lance, but that guy. I mean, there would be snow games, and he'd be wearing that barrel.
Yeah. What do you think he had on under the barrel, other than nut dust?
I would hope jogging shorts.
He looks like
little PG.
Yes, 1,000%. I was about to say that.
We
He
got
looks
some
just
Pelham
like
Gator.
PG. Yep.
We got some Pelham Gator in him.
Oh, fantastic!
Boy, he filled up that barrel, didn't he?
Yeah. All right. Well, when we come back, it's an interesting day, not only in college football and the NFL, but also in Major League Baseball. We'll talk about one guy you Braves fans definitely want to keep, I assume. That coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at it's Rockstars guy. It's Adam Mestre. You never want to lose this guy to free agency, do you, Rockstar?
No, you never want to be in a barrel with this guy. It's Adam Mestre of MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that recorded a sale in 2022, he is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make those house calls.
Dansby Swanson, Brave for life. Will you keep him? Free agency starts today. We'll talk about it next and get back to college football at the top of the hour. This is the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, as we continue to try new things up here, we're going to do a viewing party watching an NFL game one night, our own little, we'll call it a Brown cast, an LT cast, a Manning cast, whatever it is, with the Monday night game. I think it's my Buccaneers playing right after the SEC championship on Monday night. So we're going to have a viewing party up here on our video platform. But today, we're going to do a live players club right after the show. So when the show ends at 1 Central, shortly after that, around, I won't put a time on it, between 1 and, Next Cast. I like that. We're going to
call it the Next Cast. Yeah.
Players Club today, though, 1 to 1:15-ish Central Time. We'll start a Players Club with our friend Mick Gillespie of Bama Insider, LT, talking about 5 or 6 college football games for the upcoming weekend. And we'll open up the chat to you guys where you can send in questions about games and have those guys answer it about games too. That's coming up later today with a live Players Club, a version of our Next Cast right after 1 p.m. Central when our normal show is done today. Normal show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. We've got Drinks with Dunaway today, and we're going to order everything we need to make a very fallish holiday drink today from our friends at Buzz.
Look, again, they will bring the party to you. Just imagine the scenario this Saturday. You're watching Alabama Ole Miss, and you're getting ready for Texas A&M and Auburn, and you're out of beer.
Ironically, we're making a hottie toddy today.
There we go. You're out of beer. These guys, they can bring it right to your house. They've got cannabis if you want the Delta 8. They've got any kind of alcohol. They've got tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Again, download it today. BUZD. Use code NEXTROUND for 15% off your first order from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed. BUZD.
We'll get to Charlie's question over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room a little bit later in the show. I wanted to get to Major League Baseball and a free agency right now because this could be an interesting free agency day. First, for you Braves fans, Dansby Swanson becomes a free agent today, and you will try to re-sign him, I assume. As Braves fans, do you want Dansby Swanson back, or do you think there's somebody else that's going to work into that position better than Dansby Swanson? Down the stretch, the guy was nails for you. He's fantastic.
He is, but if you could get Trey Turner.
Which was what Buster said a long time ago.
I think it's a no-brainer. I think Dansby is a fan favorite. I don't think there's any doubt. But I think when you're just looking at, overall players, you can make the argument Trey Turner's a top 10 guy. So I think if you.
But how old is Trey Turner? It's Justin Turner is 38. Trey Turner's probably 27, somewhere around there, right?
If that, yeah. I mean, he's right there in line with what Dansby is.
Yeah. Justin Turner was another free agent who's 38, and that was the one that was confusing me a little bit. Carlos Correa is one that the Braves fans are jumping on there. I don't know if the Braves can afford him. The projection on his salary, he becomes a free agent today, basically signed a one-year deal last year. They're projecting his salary to be in the neighborhood of 8 years, $260 million for Carlos Correa. Could the Braves also bring that on with everybody they've been signing?
I mean, I think Trey Turner is going to be in that neighborhood too.
Yeah. I mean, Jay Pierre says, I love Dansby. He's not a must-have. Don't break the bank. And he says what is...
Yeah, and I agree with what he says at the end.
Yeah,
there.
I really trust this front office. How do you not trust the front office now? I mean, if you're a Braves fan, you got to say, look, I may not always see what they see, but these guys have been right time and time and time again.
I was close on Trey Turner, 29 for Trey Turner. Listen to these names. Carlos Correa is considered to be the best free agent out there. So that's if the Braves were to get him, that would be number one.
Well, Aaron Judge is the best free agent out there.
He was actually rated 4th on the list I saw from The Athletic, but I'll go with that. Aaron Judge is a big name that's out there.
Absolutely. I mean, he almost won the Triple Crown.
He hits a bunch of home runs.
He did.
I learned during college football season he hits a lot of home runs and walks a lot.
Carlos Correa, Aaron Judge. The big buzz is they expect Shohei Ohtani to be a New York Yankee when this is all said and done.
Well, now the Angels have said they are not trading him.
Yeah.
That's what they've said.
But is he not in this? The free agent conversation has Shohei Ohtani somehow in the mix here. So they will not trade him. Trey Turner was in there. Can't remember if Trey was listed ahead of Aaron Judge or not. Dansby Swanson is in there. Xander Bogaerts, another guy who I think just turned 30 maybe. Xander Bogaerts is out there.
Jacob deGrom.
Jacob deGrom's out there. All the pitchers who sometimes have arm problems are out there as usual. And then some old guys are out there. I mentioned Justin Turner, who you're a very big fan of, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's just it's such a great story and really came into his own as a Dodger and so many clutch hits for the Dodgers throughout their postseason runs. And, you know, he's going to be a Dodger. Wherever he goes, much like Freddie Freeman, now a Dodger, Freddie Freeman's going to be a Brave for life, and Justin Turner will be a Dodger for life.
Justin Verlander, who will turn 40 in February, is a free agent. I wonder if the Astros fight to keep him. And then Clayton Kershaw, who's 35, is a free agent. I wonder if the Dodgers fight to keep him.
Well, look, Kershaw, I think he's got other things he wants to do in life, and he's an old 35. So I think if he is to re-sign, it would be with the Dodgers. I don't think he goes anywhere else.
All right, just some of the free agent names as what is expected to be a crazy off-season in the free agent market in Major League Baseball opening up today, so you'll be seeing that happening over the next few days. Our friends with the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila ready for another weekend, a party that's ready to go. Anytime you want a great tequila, ask for it by name. It's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila, blending together the extra añejo and the reposado, aged in the new European oak barrels, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and of smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping and mixing. When we come back, Brownie has a thought on Bryce Young and maybe from one of the well-connected sources he's talked to of why he's been struggling. Plus, Brownie also has our Thursday tradition. All that is next right here on The Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Business owners and employees listening right now, ask yourself this question. Do you think your business is a better business? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. If you answered yes to that question, it's time to prove it. It's time to become a BBB accredited business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards and believe in a fair and equitable marketplace. More than 4,000 businesses across Central and South Alabama are BBB accredited. Add yours to the list. Consumers are looking for businesses they can trust. Earning the accredited business seal, the sign of a better business, shows customers they can trust you. Apply for BBB accreditation by calling 205-558-2201. That's 205-558-2201 to become BBB accredited. Becoming a BBB accredited business helps you stand out, be known, and be better.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Brown with some information on Bryce Young momentarily that will be interesting. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Backyard Adventure. They bring you the headlines. If you're looking for the wonderful, perfect gift that is not just for a short period of time for your kids, but something that will enhance their entire childhood, then you go to our friends at backyardalabama.com. Backyardalabama.com is the website. They have the Backyard Adventure playgrounds. They have the alley-oop trampolines, the goal setter basketball goals. Your kids are at that perfect age to be outside playing in the backyard with you guys or with friends for just a short period of time. You want to have the best experience possible. And a convenient way to spend quality time with your kids is in your own backyard with this quality playground made of 100% cedar. It comes with lifetime warranties. They've got a maintenance program to keep it looking great. They set it up, they take it down, they move it for you. They absolutely do the landscaping for you to make it fit into your what's it, feng shui of your backyard? Is that a word?
Yes, absolutely.
It is a phrase, yes.
Absolutely. They'll make it all work for you in the backyard. Backyardalabama.com. Backyardalabama.com. Couple football games tonight: Tulsa and Memphis, Georgia Southern and Louisiana. That's the old Louisiana Lafayette. Both at 6:30. The Tulsa-Memphis game is on ESPN. ESPN2 for Georgia Southern Louisville. NFL game tonight is the Falcons and the Panthers. 7:15. That's on Prime Video tonight. Interesting note with Conference USA's television deal worked out with ESPN, CBS Sports Network. No longer a problem for UAB fans because you're moving to the American, but it's a better CUSA television deal because I think we'll get more games off of Stadium and those type of things and on to ESPN on those platforms and on the CBS Sports Network. They're going to do what the MAC does in November. They're going to do it in October. So all the Conference USA League games in October are going to be played on Tuesday and Wednesday nights to give them better TV window opportunities and more national exposure. So that's good for Jacksonville State as they move into that league.
You know, I think that's great for us, too, as viewers. But if I'm a fan of one of those teams that likes to go to the games, that sucks. I mean, having Tuesday and Wednesday nights.
It has the MACtion crowds look horrible on Tuesday and Wednesday nights.
You're trading crowd for TV exposure in that situation.
I mean, people have things to do on Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
I mean, a school like Jack State, a home game at Jacksonville State, You know, they draw a lot from the Calhoun County area, West Georgia, the areas around there, and they do. I mean, it's always been an issue with Jacksonville State. If Alabama or Auburn have a TV game opposite them, it hurts their crowd. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So this would at least avoid that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, October games.
Right.
But Jack State draws really well.
They do. But, I mean, they draw better when they're not going head-to-head with Alabama or Auburn in a big game.
Yeah, so interesting there. That's happening. And then last night in basketball, you had Bellarmine upset Louisville. That was a big win up there, and a lot of people in college basketball talking about that. UAB, Alabama, and Auburn all back in action tomorrow. Samford in action tonight, 6:30 down on campus against Spring Hill. And that's your headlines brought to you by our friends at Backyard Adventure. I love Patrick over there. Doesn't Wayne's spray for my feng shui in the backyard?
They get the proper ingredients in the ground there.
Yeah, there's a beautiful feng shui in the backyard.
Sir, you've got a feng shui outbreak.
That's the biggest word I've ever heard you say.
I did step out on a limb there. Yeah. That was me.
Did you Google it before that line?
I did not. I jumped out and I
What did the feng shui look like in the trailer park?
It was shag carpet, I'll tell you that.
Alabama commemorative plate here. Dale Senior commemorative plate here.
We did have above our, what I can only assume was a pleather couch.
Did the mail come via horse?
We did have, at one point, we did have a black velvet Elvis framed piece of art in there.
With the king on it?
With the king on it, yeah, at one point.
Did the old man tip the cap when he walked by?
Well, it may have been like every time we'd leave the house, we touched it. I'm trying to think.
I mean, seriously, so James Sr., if he could have had dinner with Bear Bryant or the King, where would he have gone?
Why do you have to choose?
One in the same, buddy. One in the same.
Table for four. George Jones would have been the other one. And by the way, last night watching the CMA Awards, I've got to get my dad Showtime for at least a short period of time. They're starting a limited series.
Are they going to have a CMA every night?
Called George and Tammy. George Jones, Tammy Wynette, who I think was from the Birmingham area. Tammy Wynette. I think she was a beautician somewhere here in Alabama. But George and Tammy is going to be a made for Showtime limited series, and Michael Shannon is playing George Jones.
Are you kidding? That's great. He's a fantastic actor.
He could be a good George Jones. I could see that.
And you know who's playing?
Does George have crazy eyes, though?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know who's playing Tammy Wynette?
Jessica Chastain.
Yeah, that's who it is.
No, it's not.
Are you serious?
If she plays everybody.
I'm interested in this. It's on Showtime.
That's who it is, right? The girl from Zero Dark 30.
Yep. Boy, he does look like George Jones.
Look at that.
Doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
I mean, he looks like George Jones.
I guess as much as, he's taller than what George Jones was, I think. But
his best work, though, outside of Boardwalk Empire, did you see him
Reservation Road?
No, when he read the letter from the sorority girl about the
what was that?
See you next Tuesday punt.
Yes, and then there's a movie that
he did it like Masterpiece Theater though.
There was a movie called Take Shelter that was really good with I think
I never
Jessica
saw
Chastain.
that.
Jessica Chastain.
So my dad calls him No Show Jones. That apparently George Jones was really bad about no showing for concerts.
Had a little bit of a drinking and pill problem.
Yes, that's what I've heard. Yes.
Yeah.
Hank Jr.'s worked through that, right?
He did, but George wouldn't show up he just wouldn't show up.
The possum, right?
He's my dad's favorite, man. And those two introduced Entertainer of the Year last night. So they came out on stage together.
Yeah.
And introduced Entertainer of the Year. By the way, Peyton Manning is a host of that with Luke Bryan.
Not good. That's one of the few things Manning's failed at then in entertainment.
I mean, they were reading a teleprompter and Peyton was okay. Luke Bryan was not. And one thing you noticed, you have to if you throw a punchline or just in a conversation, if you have scripted your conversation, you've got to allow for the normal pause of me absorbing what you're about to say and not just continue reading. Like, for instance, Peyton would read a line and Luke would read a line and then Peyton would give the reaction almost instantaneously without having no pauses in between. It was not very well executed last night.
So who was the Entertainer of the Year?
Luke Combs.
Okay.
Yeah. He's got a bunch of songs. I don't know. I can't
All
name
right.
any of them
and
right
here's a guy got a bunch of songs. Likes to
Entertainer
sing
of the
them.
year.
I tell you, if he's got a bunch, let's make him entertainer of the
Got
year.
a lot
What
of
is
feng
it?
shui around him.
Morgan Wallen was nominated for a ton, but he was always he was nominated, didn't win any big ones. So it was an entertaining show put on by Omaha Productions, by the way, which is why Peyton was the host. So he's becoming.
So actually, his production company's the one that put it on.
He is becoming the Ryan Seacrest of the world.
He kind of is.
Yeah, he's doing
because he needs more money.
Part of our show today, before Brownie tells us about his Bryce Young information and gives us a Thursday tradition, is brought to you by our friends at Michelson. In our look ahead, Ben Mintzy joins us coming up here at 10:25. Later in the show, Brock Huard at 12 Central, Stan White at 12:35 to talk Auburn. That's our Michelson look ahead.
How about the gift of sight this holiday season? If you know somebody out there, your husband, your wife, they've been wearing contacts or eyeglasses for years, make this phone call. Schedule a hassle-free consultation for them, 969-8100. Do it for yourself this holiday season. Again, I wore the contacts for years. Pain in the ass. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com, or just call 969-8100 and tell them the next round sent you.
Patrick is already saying, I think we're all going to be disappointed in what Brown says. Look, this is not like.
I kind of do too.
I mean, my gosh, I don't. What are you expecting?
No, you hyped it up.
I didn't hype it up.
Yeah,
I said
you hyped it up. Said, let's do it now. Oh no.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't do it then, Rockstar. I had to check on one thing. I mean, I'm not. I didn't try to hype this up. I just said I got some information and let's do it now.
Okay, so
I need to check on one thing.
We'll just
first.
go from A being very exciting news.
No, it's not exciting news at all. This is insightful.
Okay, for insight, A to F.
Yeah, it's
judge with me.
No, I do not want to. I mean, as much as I love to put Brown
you
on the
take shots
grill,
at him all the time.
I love to put him on the grill
behind my back and here on the show.
But in this situation, I do not want to put him in the grill because he's bringing something to the show that none of us have, and you should not be punished for bringing something to the show, even though it's going to come up a little short of what
try to
everyone's
make
expecting.
me feel bad now.
Well, I mean, you love to do this, though. A 10 bold prediction. That's not bold at all.
Well, they're not.
So the end result of this is not a surprise to anybody, but the two takeaways from this are offensive line play and Bryce Young's health. All right. So Bryce Young, and from what I can gather in Tuscaloosa, it is consistent with what Nick Saban said, and I think Saban is generally honest about these things. The struggles you are seeing from Bryce Young aren't shoulder related. So for all those people that are saying, are they going to shut him down? Is he going to pull the plug and all of that? He may still do that. I can't swear that he will not do that. But from the team doctors, from Bryce Young himself, from everyone inside the program, it is not shoulder related, the reason that he hasn't played as well. It is 100% related, and this is the part, that's takeaway number one. This is the part that isn't a surprise to anyone, but it's an explanation for what's going on here, and then I'll get to the second part, is you're not at all surprised by this. Bryce Young has completely is probably an overstatement. Bryce Young has lost faith in his receivers being able to be where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. He's been able to work around it some this year, but just far too often he's thrown passes where the receivers aren't where they're supposed to be, or he's had to throw the ball where he's not supposed to throw the ball because the receiver's where the receiver's not supposed to be, and he's having to make a side adjustment. Or, and this is what has become the big issue, he's had to hold on to the ball way too long because the receivers aren't where they're supposed to be. So when we see Bryce Young struggling, everybody jumps to the assumption of, A, his shoulder is still bothering him, which from everything I can gather it isn't, or B, these receivers can't just get open. It's not necessarily that they can't get open. I don't know if they're particularly good at that. They can't get open in the spot where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And that's all part of this. I mean, you know, when you play backyard football, you just watch the kid run a little post and you waited till he was open. Well, these guys are supposed to be somewhere and they're not there.
Yeah, a lot of them are read routes where you read the leverage of the DB and you have options. You have choices on what to run, and if they're not reading it correctly, they're not in the right place, or they flatten it out instead of sharp turns and such like that. There's a nuance to it all that isn't just running the old routes that you see on the Madden. If you're playing Madden or the EA Sports College Football, the game isn't played that way in the real world, and it's a chemistry thing, a read thing that the quarterback and the receivers have to be on the same page, and And they obviously are not, according to what you're saying.
Yes, and what this has created, and this is how it pertains to the offensive line. This is the other point, Bryce Young's health in the offensive line, because a lot of people look at the line and say they're not protecting Bryce Young. He's always having to scramble. And maybe they're not great. I mean, I think Lance made an excellent point the other day about offensive line play across the board is probably not what it used to be. But a lot of the plays where you see Bryce Young getting pressured, the ball is supposed to already be out by the time the pressure is there. But the ball isn't out because Bryce knows the receivers aren't where they're supposed to be. So now the entire play is broken down. And it's why he's either having to scramble and extend the play or dump it off to Jahmyr Gibbs.
And when he starts scrambling, then that's just a free-for-all. Everybody breaks into a scramble route at that point,
right.
And everyone's just – we're playing backyard football.
So some of the plays where Bryce Young is getting pressure, the ball was already supposed to be out by design of the play, but the receiver hasn't run the right route. He hasn't read the DB the right way or things like that. And it's, again, this is the root of a lot of these offensive problems. Now, that doesn't get Bill O'Brien off the hook by any stretch of the imagination. He's the offensive coordinator who's got to fix this. So that's really, I mean, it's, again, like I said, that's not a surprise to anybody. The receivers aren't playing the way they need to play. But what it's caused Bryce Young to do is hold the ball too long. It has prevented him from throwing guys open because he can't trust it. He can't throw them open because they're not going to the right spot, right?
That's right.
I mean, you go watch a good NFL quarterback. I was watching film on Tua do this the other day. They're showing how before these guys have even stemmed their routes, the quarterback's already throwing the football because they know I can trust that Jalen Waddle or Cooper Kupp or Mike Evans is going to be where he's supposed to be there. And I've already done my pre-read, and I know that DB or that safety or that linebacker isn't going to be there when Mike Evans or Bryce or whoever gets there.
These seem like fixable problems.
If you want to know
you
want to know how big of a nuance and how hard that is to do, just watch what the Buccaneers have struggled to do this year with one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. What exactly Brown is describing has been a problem with Tampa Bay this year. Evans and Godwin and the guys they've had to put in when those guys have been out, they have not been on the same page. There have been a lot of throws in the wrong place.
Do you guys think that Slade Bolden and Gary Dieter would be starting receivers on this team?
Slade Bolden 100% would be.
See,
Slade Bolden will be starting, and he might be Alabama's leading receiver right now.
I think Dieter would too. I mean, when he played, there were other great receivers.
I mean, he would be, but he didn't have eligibility left. Slade Bolden could still be on this team and would be out there and would be.
No, I think Slade Bolden might be Alabama's leading receiver right now.
Bryce Young would drive him to practice every day.
Based on the fact
so thankful he was on the team.
Based on the fact that Jahmyr Gibbs is actually Alabama's leading receiver in terms of receptions, it wouldn't blow me away that Slade Bolden is leading this team in receiving.
You think Slade regrets the decision?
Sure, he's not playing football right now, and he could be playing football. And as narrow as he had to deal with us, but as narrow as Alabama's margin has been this year, I mean, it's not crazy to say that he could have been the difference in maybe even one of those games. I mean, one more good reception somewhere.
We will do Brown's tradition coming up after we talk to Ben Mintzy from Barstool, who's excited about his Ole Miss Rebels. We'll see how excited he is with them hosting Alabama this weekend over there. Should be a fun weekend for Rebel fans who think they have a chance to beat a wounded Tide team that is coming to town this weekend. Jackson Dart as the quarterback for this Rebel team, has he impressed you this year?
Impressed? I wouldn't say impressed. He's good. I mean, he's a downgrade from what they had with
78 QBR right now, 14 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, but he did have 3 touchdown passing games. One of those against Texas A&M, one against Auburn, and one against Vandy. Interesting.
Here's the thing I would say. I mean, the kid I think he's still only 18 years old, and he is getting used to the speed of the SEC still, I think. But I think ultimately in the next year, Jackson Dart's going to be a really good quarterback.
The Bama linebackers will have to do a better job. I mean, he's run for 100 yards or right at 100 yards twice. They'll have to do a good job when the passing play breaks down, controlling Jackson Dart, running out the back door, something Jaden did the past week and hurt him.
Well, Judkins is your second leading rusher right now in the conference. Rocket Sanders for Arkansas is number 1. Judkins is number 2. Zach Evans is the number 2 leading rusher on Ole Miss, but number 3 is Jackson Dart. He's averaging 6 yards a carry.
Yeah. And we've seen Alabama be susceptible to that, like you said, for years. I thought it was interesting how honest Nick Saban was about them missing on Judkins. I mean, rarely does Nick Saban have to talk about missing on a recruit, especially one from inside his own state. But, I mean, Saban flat out said it this week. In hindsight, I wish we had him. I mean, do you think Judkins could be a difference maker in that run game that is so puzzling for Alabama right now? Because that's a lot of the reaction in the –
Oh, he's so physical.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a legitimate – they list him at 5'11". He's probably more 5'10", and he's about 225 pounds.
And that's a lot of the reaction of the Vulcan Tire chat room. If the pass game is in the situation I was talking about, why are you not leaning on the run more?
Yeah, betting line is down to 11.5. Alabama, an 11.5 point favorite in that game. 2-2 on the road this year, taking on the Rebels, who have yet to lose at home, a pattern we've seen throughout the season for Alabama. Tough road game this weekend, 2:30 on CBS Crimson Tide Sports Network with our buddy Chris Stewart and John Parker Wilson. When we come back, Mintzy joins us to talk more about that game and just the atmosphere around Ole Miss athletics right now. The show continues, being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. If you want to get that 11.5 on either side of that, you can do it with our friends at MyBookie.
And right now, MyBookie.ag is going to match your deposit bonus halfway up to $1,000. In other words, when you use code NEXTROUND, say you put in $200, you can play with $300 right away at MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag. And don't forget the code NEXTROUND. Bet on the NFL, college football, college basketball, swing for the fences with a money bag, a one-of-a-kind opportunity to spin for crazy odds on props and futures. Place your bets, spin the wheel, and score epic odds of the best teams, athletes, and events. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. They'll match that deposit bonus halfway up to $1,000 when you use code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag. Mintzy talks Ole Miss next.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. And there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
I remember when Mintzy was in studio with us, I think he said something about wanting a football program at Ole Miss that was a lot like Alabama, and he got his wish. Both have lost to LSU this year.
Oh, wow.
They play each other this week in Oxford. We'll talk to Mintzy in a second. Remember, if you're wanting to go to the game or get a great gift for the fan in your life, the Pants Store has 7 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and in Auburn. PantsStore.com. The Pants Store on social media. Great gifts for the holiday season, including game day hats, all the polos and Yeti accessories, and fan-specific women's wear as well. Women's fashion for the fan in your life. It's the Pants Store, PantsStore.com.
Barstool Mintzy is where you follow him on Twitter. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Ben Mintz from Barstool. What's up, Mintzy? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. Just up here in the New York office, and just a lot of crazy dynamics to get into with this Bama Ole Miss on CBS at 2:30 Central. God, that game in Baton Rouge last weekend, I mean, I'm sure y'all dissected every bit of it last week and this week. That was one of the craziest I've ever seen, and just excited for Ole Miss. And then also want to mention on the Alabama front, Barstool Invitational, first ever Barstool college basketball showcase, UAB in it tomorrow night. We're going to be in Philadelphia. UAB and Andy Kennedy and Jelly Walker taking on Toledo, and Mississippi State taking on Akron. But it's a very big deal for Barstool. It's the first time we've done, like a college basketball thing. Dave Portnoy and Big Cat are going to be on the call. And, hopefully it goes smooth, and it's kind of our first step into the live sports game. So
yeah.
A big fight for us tomorrow.
Yeah, it is huge. I remember back in the summer, Andy Kennedy was in studio with us, UAB head coach, and told us about it. You guys hadn't announced it yet, so we couldn't say anything at the time. But he was fired up. It's cool. And Jelly scored 38 the other night, so you're getting him at a good time.
Yeah, Jelly also is a Barstool favorite. But they kind of all the Barstool guys, including Big Cat, kind of fell in love with UAB when they won the Conference USA tournament last week. And we just launched a Jelly Walker NIL merch line that's on our site too. And I believe the way our NIL merch works, from my time doing it with Tim Elko, the players actually get 80% of the money from our NIL merch. So, if you want to support Jelly Walker and the UAB basketball program, buy his merch. He's getting the money. Barstool is getting 20%, but he's getting the line share.
So Mintzy, Ole Miss is sitting at 8-1. They're number 11. We had Neil McCready on the show yesterday, who covers Ole Miss, and I asked him this question. I'll ask to you. They're 8-1, but are they any good? I mean, I can't figure out Ole Miss yet.
Well, I think they're good. I don't know if they're great. Certainly, I think a lot of credit's got to go to Lane. Such a big problem with Ole Miss in the past was in close games, they would always blow it. And there was like a mindset with the fans, the players, Ole Miss would be up in a big game. And it wasn't like, okay, how are we going to finish this game? It was more like, oh, you're waiting for the shoe to drop. Lane's fixed all that. Ole Miss's record in touchdown or less games, I believe, is 8-2 the last couple of years. And Ole Miss now 18-3 in their last 21 regular season games. I do think when you look at this Ole Miss team, the running game is elite. Offensive line's underrated, especially the run blocking. Quinshon Judkins and Zach Evans, when he's healthy, I feel like they're the best 1-2 running back combo in the country. And you're talking about a team that ran for 390 yards against Texas A&M and 441 against Auburn. And I think that's definitely the strength of the team. I think the secondary is pretty good. The run defense, I feel like the D-line's like a little smaller. And so I feel like Bama, we saw Bama run over them last year. Bama's going to try to pound the ball. I think Ole Miss is definitely good. I'm not going to sit here and say they're a top 5 football team. We all saw what happened in the second half at Death Valley. But, they win the games they're supposed to, and I think a lot of credit's got to go to the coaching staff on that front.
Are you concerned at all that Lane Kiffin is a candidate to go to Auburn or anywhere else? Are you guys you've got a key to the city of Oxford. Are you worried at all that he's not going to be in Oxford next year?
Well, when you look at the Lane thing, look, you know what you sign up for when you get Lane Kiffin. And then, I say this all the time. That's the price you got to pay if you want to rock and roll. Ole Miss, you go 18-3 in your last 21 games. You get Ole Miss 10 wins and a Sugar Bowl berth. Of course people are going to be coming after Lane Kiffin. Nobody's had this kind of success in Oxford. This 8-1 starts, the best starts since 1960. So, that's just part of being successful. I actually, and I may eat my words on this because we all remember the Tommy Tuberville Pine Box Auburn thing back in 99. I do think there will be a day that Lane leaves. I don't think it's Auburn. I'm kind of buying the Hugh Freeze Auburn thing, to be honest, pretty strong. But we'll see. I'm not going to allow myself to be concerned about it because I'm just going to enjoy the here and now with Ole Miss being more relevant than they've ever been. And, if you're successful at Ole Miss, then, of course, teams are going to come after you. So we'll see on that. I feel pretty good about the Auburn thing. Like I said, long term, I know there'll be a day when Lane leaves, especially because he kind of turns it over year to year with the transfer thing. He's not getting Arch Manning in there saying, hey, I'm going to be here the next 4 years to coach you. It's kind of – he's really been forward thinking with the transfer thing. And so he can kind of turn it over year to year and decide year to year, which helps his exit point.
Mintzy is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline at Barstool Mintzy. At Barstool Mintzy is where you see him and on Twitter, and follow him there, and Barstool Sports. All right, I want to paint this picture for you, and you tell me what's going to happen here. LT, Lance, thinks Arkansas beats LSU outright. And that's do you like that, first of all? Do you think so?
I think it's very possible. All the sharp syndicate stuff I follow slamming Arkansas all week, and there's a few dynamics with that game. First of all, it's going to be in the 40s. Has Jaden Daniels from Arizona State ever played a cold weather game in his career? You win that Saturday night LSU game late, one of the biggest wins in school history. They always say something about the week after you play Alabama is tough because of how physical that game is. That's a real thing, that let down the week after Alabama. I know Arkansas lost to Liberty 21-19. I get all that, but football is a week-to-week sport. Arkansas also, Bama has this thing too. Everybody that plays Bama or LSU considers them a rival. Like, I don't know that Arkansas is like LSU's biggest rival, but Arkansas kind of considers it a huge one with the boot trophy and stuff. So this one's going to be really, really tough. Quick turnaround, cold weather game. I can see the logic on Arkansas, and I catch so much crap being from Louisiana. Like, everybody's acting like I want Arkansas to win that game to give Ole Miss a chance in the West, and I just want to point blank say that because everybody messes with me like I'm some LSU fan.
Well, that was the rest of it, Mintzy. You tell me what the atmosphere is going to be like in Vaught-Hemingway if that goes down in the 11 o'clock game, and then here comes 2:30 kick. Bama, Ole Miss, and you control your own destiny. That's going to be a wild atmosphere if that happens.
I think it's going to be wild. It's going to be wild whether LSU wins that game or not, because the thing is, and y'all know this, obviously being in the heart of Alabama, but the vultures are circling. When you've had a run like Nick Saban's had the last 14 or 15 years, and you've stepped on everybody's throats forever, everybody is going to be fired up to have a chance to win. We saw it in Tennessee and LSU. And my question about this game is about the Alabama mindset. I know Nick Saban's the greatest coach of all time. I'm not questioning that. But these 18 to 22-year-old kids that go to Alabama, they go to win championships. And this is the first game in the entire playoff era that they're not playing with playoffs on the line. That thing started in 2014. This is the first time where they're kind of out of it. And so I wonder about their mindset. And I know Saban's an unbelievable coach, but that's a weird thing. And Lane Kiffin, you notice his comments on Twitter talking about Saban being greatest of all time. I feel like he learned something from that popcorn lesson the last year. He's really low key in it. And, 2 years ago, the game in Oxford, Alabama won 63-48, but Ole Miss scored a lot of points. And I think Ole Miss can score again. I lean Ole Miss in the 11.5. I think Ole Miss has a good shot in this one because of all these dynamics.
Everybody that's not an Alabama fan loves it when Alabama loses. Obviously, they've already lost 2 games in the regular season up until this point. Your thoughts, though, does Alabama just look like a different team to you from the past years under Nick Saban?
Yeah, well, so it's very interesting that how much football's changed. And Saban did such a good job. I remember 10 years ago he was complaining about the spread and the up-tempo and all that stuff. But the thing with Bama this year, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that Jerry Jeudy and Henry Ruggs and Jamison Williams and Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle aren't on this team. They've had these first-round receivers that have stretched the field the last 5 years. And right now, I don't feel like I see any. And I also think people aren't talking enough about Bryce Young's shoulder injury. He hadn't been able to build that chemistry with his receivers because he's barely been able to practice the last month. And so I think that's been part of the problem as well. But they just aren't as explosive on offense. And, I know defensively they played well first half last week, but their mobile quarterbacks, have always kind of given Saban trouble. We saw that with Daniels. Dart can move a little bit. I kind of feel like, I'm sure this is being discussed at Bama, I feel like there's a chance Jeremy Pruitt's back as defensive coordinator next year. I don't know. I'm kind of calling for that with Bama struggling a little bit on defense. But, yeah, I think they're still a great football team, but the lack of dynamic playmakers is very noticeable to me.
I know you guys have the NCAA rule book there at Barstool. You may want to reach to your left there and read that if you think Pruitt could be back in Tuscaloosa next week. We'll see.
I thought he was in jail this year and then maybe next year.
We'll see. I know you and him share poker tables around the world together.
Look, I don't know, man. Maybe he'll probably get hired as an analyst on the Alabama coaching rehab clinic. Every head coach goes through.
I want you. Do you have a hard, fast rule about rushing the field? If Ole Miss pulls the upset Saturday, surely you don't rush the field when you beat a 2-loss, at that point a 3-loss team, right? You're not going to follow Tennessee and LSU and rush the field if you beat Alabama, right?
Yeah, hell yeah, you rush the field. Saving Alabama. You don't get to do it much. Obviously Ole Miss won in 14 and 15, but you hadn't beat them since. Damn right you rush the field. Look, that's the thing. Like I said, the vultures are circling. When you have a run for 15 years like Alabama's had, then everybody's going to celebrate when you beat them because nobody's done it. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with rushing the field. Talking about an Ole Miss team trying to get to 9-1. Yeah, of course you do. It does take the LSU thing does take some of the wind out of the sails of this one, though. There's no denying that.
Hey, so Mintzy, are you moving back south? Is this Barstool South thing real?
So it's official. I signed I'm really pumped, man. I moved up here 2 years ago. I knew this was my big opportunity. I had like 3,200 followers on Twitter. I was grinding. I was the number 2 guy on the number 4 show on ESPN Baton Rouge. I was the number 2 guy on the night show. And so I knew when I got hired, Dave Portnoy told me like, hey, you can stay in the South or you can move up here. I was like, the hell with that. This is my big shot. I got to get up in this office. And I moved up here and I knew no one. And I'd only spent one night in New York in my life. And, it's been awesome. It's been the right move. I signed a 3-year extension with Barstool a few weeks ago. And, man, I can't even tell y'all. After my first year, I got a small raise and got one more year. But when you're on that 1-year deal, y'all know how media is. It's constantly moving. To get 3 years and a raise and then, to know how Dave and Erica feel about me, it really gives me a lot of confidence. And I'm moving back to New Orleans. When I go back for the Christmas holidays, I'm staying. And, I know y'all have kind of got to know me this last year, but the low point of my life and journey was the end of I was in New Orleans from 09 to 14. And like many before and after me, I overdid it in New Orleans in my late 20s. And I kind of was broke and in debt when I went back to Ole Miss. And that was kind of the low point for me. And there's been a New Orleans redemption chapter in my book of life that I've known was coming for a long time. And now the opportunity I have down there with Louisiana being a gambling state, I'm right by Mississippi. And, food, music, culture, Mardi Gras, Hogs, Jazz Fest. It's unbelievable. Pelicans right now, Saints. It's going to be a really special next few years. And I feel like my life has kind of been called back to it. And I'm going to try to really support a lot of good causes in the community and use my platform to do what I can.
That's really cool, man. That's really cool. Congrats, man. You know we love you, and that's really cool. So can't wait to catch up with you when you get back down here in the South.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also want to mention tonight, the season Ole Miss baseball is debuting on YouTube on Ole Miss Sports, showing the national championship journey. And that's supposedly the team. But texting the guys on the team, they saw it last night and said it was unreal. So that definitely something to check out if you're a college baseball fan.
Yeah, really cool.
That will be good. Yep. Hey, we'll be glad to let you help us. I mean, we'll help you anytime you can. So let us know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank y'all for having me on. Lance, have any other winners?
Yeah, you got any other winners, LT, for him?
Yeah, hey, 19 consecutive non-losing weeks, Mintzy.
Woo, baby.
Yeah.
How many games are you picking? Like, I've having a good football season, but like I end up giving out 12 games when I should give out 7 or 8 and be more selective.
Yeah, the last 2 Saturday slates I've given out 11-11. I went 8-3 2 Saturdays ago and 7-4 this past Saturday. The NFL Sundays have been a little rough on me. Typically, that's kind of my sweet spot.
Interesting. Well, I've had a good year on both, but I still feel like I'm probably firing a touch too much volume. Bunch of home underdogs this week, though. And I like a lot of them. So.
Do you play 11 o'clock games?
The 11 o'clock a.m. College college games. Yeah, I always lose. It seems like all year until last week I've been losing the early games.
That's why I stay away from them. It ruins my day.
No, but every week I've fought out of the holes. I've only had 2 losing Saturdays all year. There's always one weekend. It's a funny thing. I've been gambling forever, and it's either like the first or second Saturday of October. I always have my confidence up, and then I just get absolutely torched. And that happened, one weekend this year, but that's like a tradition with me. But yeah, the early games kind of have been getting me, but I feel, I've had a good year. I mean, I'm very happy with what I'm putting out, and I kind of agree. I hope you're right on Arkansas. That's for sure.
All right, go follow him at Barstool Mintzy. Support him at Barstool Sports, and especially when he gets back down here in the South with Barstool South. Thank you, Mintzy. Have a great weekend, buddy.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, Mintzy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Straight up, Ivan Maisel did the numbers. 66% clip home teams have been winning this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's our top read this morning at nextroundlive.com. You can read the whole story from Ivan, but Klatt's been pushing it a couple of weeks.
Yep. It's a record.
The home wins, especially in the big games, not just all of college football, but the big games this year has been a dominant home field advantage. In some of the biggest wins of the season, you've seen it happen with Alabama fans in Knoxville and in Baton Rouge, and there's a chance Ole Miss has a chance to knock off Alabama this weekend. You mentioned Johnston RV. Tell us about the Johnston RV folks.
Well, Jimmy D, they are clearing out the 22s to make room for the 23s there at Johnston RV Center. That means you could save. Prices have been slashed on the luxurious Sahara and Cardinal, as well as many others, up to $36,000 off on remaining model closeouts. See Johnston RV Center. Visit johnstonrvcenter.com for the model year closeout deals there on the 2022s. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman. 334 indicator, always online. johnstonrvcenter.com.
And you can go at Next Round Live right now and vote. You see a lot of our gear that we've got up, nextround.store, but you can also vote in our poll question today, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. The SEC, Big 12, and other conferences are working on a field storming plan. They've hired folks to maybe look at the setup, game day ops, and where locker rooms are and such to try to get to maybe a solution on when teams pull the upset of rushing onto the field. And we asked the question, the SEC and others working on the field storming in college football, what are your thoughts? It's fun, let it go, or too dangerous. Right now, 65% of you, of the first 150 votes, saying too dangerous, 35% saying it's fun, let it go. Where do you guys sit on that?
I think it is both. I think it is fun. I think it can be dangerous, but I also think you've gone so far now, I don't think there's going back.
You can't go back.
Yeah, we've made the point, you're not going to stop people from wanting to rush the field, and it's just going to result in the front rows getting crushed up against the barriers or the fence or trampled or whatever if they don't rush it.
That's right.
I mean, it's just, I think you've gone too far now. I don't know how you stop it.
Yeah, you've just got to find a safe way. You got to get more Dunaways out there to get the visiting team off.
Yeah, I mean, the design, like you have at Auburn, at LSU the other night, to the ability to not let those fans, no students behind the bench, don't let those fans rush right there, somehow put up, a way to go around and have a path for the team to get off the field.
They do that in basketball, but it's way easier to do that in basketball, obviously. Yeah.
But certain stadiums are designed, like the one in Baton Rouge. You see that video there, the Alabama team's able to walk off while the students pour in from the other side. It's better design. It's that way at Auburn, too.
But it should be on LSU to have more. Alabama provides the 2 state troopers for Nick Saban. LSU should have had more people around Nick Saban. That should be on LSU. I mean, Alabama's got enough money to do that, too, but you're the home team. As Scott shows the video, this guy about to square up on Saban, and the state trooper takes care of him. But, guys, if there's 3 or 4 people that just hate Nick Saban and want to take a shot at him, those troopers, there's not a whole lot they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, it's almost like you need to assign 4 to the visiting head coach.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what about the players? Those are my more concern.
Well, but Nick Saban's got to go out to midfield and shake hands and then get off the field. The players could go, as you pointed out, straight to the locker room in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
I mean, if Alabama says, hey, straight to the locker room, nobody go out, and that's one thing. But Saban's got to go out and shake hands and then get off the field.
Tennessee is a different situation.
Absolutely.
You're going through the students to get to your locker room, and that's chaos. That's got to be changed at places like that. All right. By the way, if Alabama ever rushed the field, the visitors would have to go through the students to get to the locker room, too, because they come out right under the students. So if they do something, make it a rule that you can't have student sections and crossing visiting benches to get to locker room, they'd have to do something at Bryant-Denny too, even though the field storming rarely happens.
Do you guys have any idea when the last time?
At Bryant-Denny?
Yeah.
I don't know if this ever happened.
Nothing like we've seen that I remember that it's happened. Part of our show today being brought to you by Cowan Equipment with those poll questions.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with us here on the next round on our venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey, cheesy, crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously. But as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Rockstar's viewing menu every day didn't include yesterday the announcement of the U.S. men's national team, Rockstar. I did not watch it.
Tyler's buddy did not make it.
Yeah, 26 players on the team. I mean, really, 11 play at a time. You can only substitute so many. I don't know why you carry 26 on the roster, and then why there's any drama about who picks 23 through 26 is.
86 players on a college team, or how many players are on a college team? That seems a little excessive.
Well, I don't know, Rockstar. We're building for the future. Don't try to cut into my college football.
Shot back from Rockstar. Why do you hate football?
Our friends at New Life Art brings you Rockstar's viewing menu. What is Rockstar watching tonight? Brought to you by New Life.
Game week special, 15% off their 2023 Crimson and White Fine Art calendars. This includes the limited edition calendars. Limited edition calendar includes an artist-signed and numbered 8x10 lithograph of The Legacy Begins. It's a $50 value. There's only 500 in addition. Use that code Naughty Toddy at checkout. Naughty Toddy at checkout. Offer ends 11/13/22. Shop now at DanielMooreArt.com.
We got 3 things tonight. HBO Max, something they probably regret doing. Hard Knocks in season with the Arizona Cardinals.
I noticed that last night.
Wow. They're excited about that?
Yeah.
Seems like a team that's really good together. And then when I tell you the name, I know it's an average name, but Brittany Smith, does that ring a bell to anybody?
Brittany Smith.
Brittany Smith.
A lot of Britneys out there.
Yeah, a lot of Smiths out there.
It's the Netflix show State of Alabama versus Brittany Smith. Tells the harrowing story of a woman trying to use Alabama's Stand Your Ground law after killing a man she says who brutally attacked her. Does anybody remember this story?
I do not. Does it say where she's from in Alabama?
Just says the State of Alabama versus Brittany Smith. And then Netflix getting in the Christmas movie game. Now this one, there's a little twist to this one. It's called Falling for Christmas. In the days leading up to Christmas, a young and newly engaged heiress experiences a skiing accident. After being diagnosed with amnesia, she finds herself in the care of the handsome lodge owner and his daughter, starring Lindsay Lohan.
I was going to go Melissa Joan Hart.
Yeah.
How about that?
She's back.
That's what Rockstar's watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life.
Yeah, again, 15% off the 2023 Crimson and White Fine Art calendars. This includes that limited edition calendar, signed, $50 value, only 500 in addition. Use that code Naughty Toddy at checkout. Go to DanielMooreArt.com.
Rockstar, give me cut number 5. Dustin asked the question over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. How many SEC coaches would you take ahead of Jimbo Fisher?
All right, so I'm random SEC program. I'm hiring a coach, and let's just assume I'll get every coach for the same amount of time so we don't get the age discussion.
You don't get the age discussion.
Yeah.
The roster is as good as it possibly could be. Which coaches do you take ahead of Jimbo?
I'll start with the West. Every one of them, including Cadillac.
Cadillac.
I'm kidding about that. Every one of them in the West, though.
You would not have taken Harsin in front of him.
No, I would not.
Okay, so Harsin would have been the only one, but everybody else, if I'm starting a program today, I choose that coach in the West.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with Hugh Freeze gets this job, and Hugh Freeze would definitely be in front.
All right, in the East?
I'm taking Heupel. I'm taking Kirby Smart. Billy Napier, I just don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not taking him in front of. I'm taking him in front of Drinkwitz.
And probably
I'm not
Clark
taking him in front of
Lee.
Stoops.
Probably Clark Lee,
Clark
too.
Lee.
Yeah.
What has Clark Lee done? He's won 3 games.
He has, but I feel like if I gave
Shane Beamer,
it's tough.
That's tough.
We like Beamer.
That's where I draw the line.
He's 6-3, though.
I think I would probably take Beamer. He beat Jimbo earlier this year.
Here's Jimbo Fisher on how the season is going. This is an interesting question I think Aggie fans want to hear the answer to.
Jimbo, you've had a formula that's worked for so long, but is this the kind of year that makes you reevaluate everything top to bottom?
No.
We do that every year. I don't mean that wholeheartedly. I mean, we evaluate success, failures, what's out there, what's going on, what goes on. But then also you can see, too, why it works very well, too. So, speeds and timing and execution of all that. The key is execute what you do and know what you do and get your kids to understand it and coach them really well on it and put them in a good position for it.
You know what's annoying is, his emotion hasn't changed
I was
at
about
all.
to say that.
Yeah.
We saw him get super fired up at Nick Saban, obviously. But in this year where he's been questioned about a lot of his procedures, he's never really lost his cool. Doesn't seem. You know what he's acting
He's
like?
a little condescending, though.
A bit, but you know what he's acting like?
What?
A guy that knows he's walking away with $85 million if you don't like him.
I'm untouchable. He's acting like I'm untouchable.
Completely insulated. And if I'm an Aggie fan, that even drives me more insane. The fact that we are where we are in year 5, and it doesn't seem like it rattles him at all.
Yeah, what people keep phrasing the question difference is, are you going to let someone else call the plays in the future and change your offense? And so far, he keeps saying, no, he's not. No, he's not. Interesting there with what's going on at Texas A&M. They continue to have interesting games. This one's at Auburn this weekend and in front of a sold-out Jordan-Hare Stadium. We'll see what happens in that one. We've talked a lot about Bama and Ole Miss. We'll keep the conversation going on in the next segment. Brown's got our tradition coming up. And later, Brock Huard and Stan White will join the show to talk more college football. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is a great choice. Small class size. It's going to help your son or daughter succeed academically. If they want to continue their athletic career, they can do it at Montevallo. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, theater department, business department, communications department. You can have a job like ours here at the next round. Go check it out and schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, and the show being brought to you in part as well by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks with all those great flavors and a lot more. It's our friends at Ghost. This is The Next Round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Just a second, you're going to hear Lane Kiffin, cut number 4. He's asked what Nick Saban's like after a loss. And then we'll open up the phone lines at 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. Get you on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. More on them in a second. And also by our wonderful friends at the Floribama.
Yes, Floribama. Just it's the most iconic beach bar in all of America. You guys would agree with that,
I would agree
right?
completely.
Yep. I think a lot of people consider it the best bar in the country, the most famous beach bar in the country. The Floribama has numerous annual events. During the year, regular guests plan their schedules around beach concerts, fishing rodeos, chili cook-offs, marathons, and much more. The Army-Navy game is going to be huge. We'll be broadcasting live that Friday and Saturday. So make your plans to join us. We'll have something special for the listeners as well. So looking forward to that. But if you're around the Floribama this weekend, I think Young Jack's going to go there for lunch on Saturday.
Yeah.
He's heading down this weekend.
And what we're talking about with the Army-Navy game, we're going to be broadcasting live from down there. And because of the local bases, but also a number of military personnel that retire on the Gulf Coast, they gather at the Floribama, sometimes in uniform, to watch the Army-Navy game and cheer for their side on the service they served. our great country in. So it's a very patriotic scene at the Floribama. So we'll experience that with all the veterans of our military down there at the Floribama this year, and we look forward to that broadcast coming up. All right, here's our Champy's Chicken sound of the day from Lane Kiffin. He was asked, what's it like, what's Nick Saban like after a loss? Lane knows. He was there with him. They didn't lose a lot, but they did lose occasionally. Here's Lane Kiffin.
Lane, obviously working with Saban for those couple of years, I mean, how different is he coming off a loss compared to coming off a win? I mean, we've all seen it, but you've been behind the scenes with him. What's kind of the biggest differences, and what did you notice kind of the most from him after a loss?
Well, there weren't many of them. There were only three. There were only 2 regular seasons in 3 years, both to Ole Miss. I thought he was phenomenal. You would maybe expect it to be the other way, like he comes in and, everything's, the end of the world, like some coaches do. He does a really good job of addressing exactly what it was. And remember, guys, like Feinbaum's stupid statement, dynasty's over. They've lost 2 games by 2 plays. Both games could win either way. Alabama makes the field goal at Tennessee, and 2-point gets stopped. And they're number 1, number 2 team in the country coming in here. So we're talking about 2 plays, 2 teams on the road in 2 of the hardest environments, over 100,000 people at both games to play in. So this is a great team, and the best coach to ever do it.
Boy, it feels like Lane is setting the cheese in the trap, doesn't it? Being the way he's doing this year, because Lane just made me feel really good about those 2 losses, hearing him describe it there.
I think he's handled this very, very well. You've said before that Saban, when in your experiences with him as the coach's show host, was better after losses than after wins.
Beats them down when they're overconfident, lifts them up when they're down, and a lot of lifting up going on in Tuscaloosa right now. That's our Champy's Chicken sound of the hour, brought to you by friends at Champy's Chicken. It is lunch hour now on Alabaster Highway 119. Go and check out Sterling's restaurant there, Sterling's Restaurant, his office. He goes there and he cooks up unbelievable meals, including that southern fried chicken. He brines that chicken, soaks it in those seasons, cooks it, great batter. It's a flavorful fried chicken. All the wonderful sides that he makes from scratch right there in the champyschicken.com kitchen. He's got specially made desserts that he brings in from some special bakers in the area. And then those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's all right there. A great concept, a great place, great people. It's champyschicken.com. They'll help you win your tailgate this weekend. Let's hit the phones, Brownie.
All right, Jeff in Anniston is up next with us. 205-734-0923, 734-0923. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, man, how's it swinging?
Awesome.
All right. Go ahead.
No, I was trying to remember. There was at Sachs Middle School, we had an answer for that question. I cannot remember exactly what we used to say. Low and to the left?
Low and to the left.
Okay, that was it, I think, yeah.
All right. Better band, Guns N' Roses or Nirvana?
Guns N' Roses.
Guns N' Roses.
Yeah, Guns N' Roses, but it's a good question.
Wrong answer, Alice in Chains. Would have accepted Soundgarden. Am I the only one that every time I hear y'all say my bookie, I think of that old commercial, My Buddy, that doll, My Buddy.
My buddy.
And followed by Kid Sister.
Yeah. Oh, Kid Sister was the other
That's
one?
for the girls.
Did My Buddy talk, or My Buddy just
he went on a wagon with you.
Oh, okay.
I thought My Buddy was Chucky.
My Buddy, I think Chucky was inspired by My Buddy.
Yeah, I believe that is correct, yeah.
Well, they're missing an opportunity there, though, I think.
Okay.
And do y'all think when the animals like watch us like get their food or water or fold a lawn chair or something that they're like really, really impressed? I mean, or are they like, arrogant and non-worshipping little bastards don't give a damn?
It's like, do German deer have German accents when they think? Who's the car?
Yeah. I just wonder if they are, though. They're like just impressed.
So basically, our 2 dogs at the house probably thinking they've got Maggie well trained.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
Dogs think they have their owners trained.
And do y'all think that wouldn't Tyson Fury in his prime against Larry Holmes in his prime, that'd be a fascinating fight?
I would. Tyson Fury is just almost impossible to knock out. I would take Holmes though.
It'd be a fascinating fight.
Yeah, it would be.
I'd love to see something like that. Any of y'all big Dixie fans?
Big what fans?
Pixies, the Pixies.
Yeah, it's good. I'm a fan, but I'm not huge, but I like some of their stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've heard some of their stuff, but I wouldn't call myself a fan, no.
Oh, wow. I love them. All right. And, don't you think as fans as we are, why can't we make something that tastes like a yoo-hoo? That is actually, the more you drink, makes you better. I mean, makes your organs healthier, your muscles bigger, stronger. I mean, why can't they come up with something? And then, hell, if you want to, they drop in a little something, makes you feel a little better. I mean,
then it tastes like a yoo-hoo? Is that what you said?
Yeah. The more you drink, the better it makes it. I mean, why can't they do that?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah.
I remember when people lauded Bama and Saban for changing and so-called adapting Bama's style. And first of all, I don't remember anyone running that past me for approval. I don't understand why change the system that won 4 national championships in 7 years. And it still makes no sense to me. And then we were so dominant. The reason we were so dominant is because we were the big, bad, physical team. And now we're just like most of the others. Kirby stayed the course. I mean, when you stay finesse like this, your offense is liable to have a bad game or two, a lot more likely than when you can just physically dominate a team. Do y'all agree with that?
I think it was, and this is going to sound bad, but I think it was easy money for a little bit of time there with the receivers you were recruiting, with Lane Kiffin and Sark as the play callers. It just seemed like it was easy money. Remember when Lane came in, you sort of had a quarterback question at Alabama, so you shifted with Blake Sims as your quarterback, and Lane was able to make that shift in the way Alabama was. But even after that, I mean, you bully balled with Derrick Henry. You bully balled for the 15 championship, and technically
Lane kept us running and physical until it was really later where we came just so spread.
Yeah, 17 was a physical one.
Pistol.
Yeah, 17 was physical. It was 2020 was the only one that was just a total finesse offense, and look at what you had on that team. Why would you not play that way? So should you? Is it better watching Georgia? Do I enjoy it more watching Georgia style? 100%. Is Georgia unbeatable? No, but it does seem like they have a formula that can play against anybody, because we saw Alabama
on the road better. And it travels the road better when you're just out.
It does. It does. And Kirby keeps saying that. Kirby says, our culture, our DNA, it travels. It doesn't really have off days.
And I'm saying, and after saying that, this might sound contradictory, but I think we're too vanilla on offense. I mean, do we not have any crossing patterns or little slants? We never pass over the middle, it seems like. And the D's not near aggressive. And if I remember in that LSU game, fourth quarter, it was like 3rd and 5, and they were spread, had no running backs, and we were in like a 4-1.
Yeah, no,
quarterback draw. Here comes a quarterback draw, and sure enough,
I'm just the opposite. I think you're almost too aggressive on defense at times. I think
no. We don't get enough heat on the quarterback.
Getting heat on the quarterback, and that's true. But Toa is almost blitzing every play, and he's not getting to the quarterback. Will Anderson got to the quarterback the other night. He didn't get him on the ground. Dallas Turner got to the quarterback occasionally at Tennessee, didn't get him on the ground. The DBs are always in man-to-man, which is very aggressive.
Just getting the pressure. I mean, whenever we got heat on Tennessee, that Hooker, when he threw his 2 picks, even though one was taken from us, that's when he had heat coming up. And I forget who it was. Y'all had a guess that heat up the middle. That's the key. You got to get the heat up the middle.
Yeah, that was Klatt. It was Joe Klatt.
Yeah. There's nobody in the middle that can push you back at the quarterback's lap.
And I love Bryce. I really do. But he cannot be considered the greatest Bama quarterback with no national championship. We've got way too many great quarterbacks that have won national championships to consider him. I tell the truth.
Yeah,
if Dan Marino had won 2 or 3 Super Bowls, he'd probably maybe considered the greatest quarterback of all time now.
That's what I was going to bring up, Jeff. I'm going to change my stance. I think the most talented quarterback in Alabama history is Bryce Young. But if he doesn't win a national championship, which it looks like he's not going to, it kind of reminds me of Aaron Rodgers. If Aaron Rodgers would have won 2 or 3, I think we would consider him maybe the greatest ever. But he was maybe the most talented quarterback we've ever seen.
Right. Marino still threw the best pass I've maybe seen, because, of course, it is hard to argue Rodgers. All right, true or false, Georgia is the only really good / great team in the SEC. I know it sounds weird saying how we got 5 of the top 11.
That's true.
That's very true.
True.
True is the right answer. True or false, there are only 3 teams that have a legitimate chance to win it all this year.
I am going to say that is true.
Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan.
Yep.
That's the 3.
Yeah, I mean, Tennessee would have to close a gap between them and Georgia.
Yeah,
2 more.
Just don't see it.
Yeah.
It's got to be one of them, right? Of course, no, it won't be. 2 more questions for the Pick Six. All right. Best offensive coach, Kiffin, Heupel, or that cat out at USC? I refuse to say his name.
Lincoln Riley is probably your answer there.
I'm going to go. But, the thing with Heupel is he hasn't had as much talent as Lincoln Riley.
I'd go Lincoln, Kiffin, Heupel right now. Lincoln Riley, Lane Kiffin, Josh Heupel would be my order there.
Boy, all 3 are great.
Yeah, they are. I'd take any of them.
Yeah, I mean, what Heupel has been able to do, if you go back and watch some of the tape of how he adjusts to get his players in the right matchup in that Alabama game, that was really good. Kiffin, I can't argue with any of them. I would probably go with the 3 in the order they did.
But all Lincoln Riley does, by and large, is produce Heisman-level quarterbacks. I mean, it's hard to argue with what he's done.
I sure love that balance Kiffin has.
I agree. I think Kiffin is more balanced probably than either one of them.
Well, Riley's really balanced. I think there's a misperception when it comes to Lincoln Riley. But, Travis Dye has been, as good as Caleb Williams is, the key to that offense has been Travis Dye.
100%. But, one thing we haven't seen Lincoln Riley do is do it in the SEC, and that's where you're seeing Heupel and Kiffin do it. So maybe a better quality of defense on a week-in and week-out basis.
All right. What quarterback wins the most Super Bowls the next 10 years?
I will go Josh Allen.
Who was 1-0?
Yep.
I guess probably anybody you say is going to have 1-0. I don't know, Jeff. That's a tough one.
I was going to say, how many do you think will have multiple in 10 years?
Oh, I would say in 10 years you would have 8 different quarterbacks win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, probably.
That sounds about right.
All right, Pick Six. Last week, LT 4-2, Dunaway, Brown, and I went 2-4.
Yep. That was reflected in my office pool as well, where I think I was 6-17.
All right, these are, of course, all straight up. LSU, Arkansas.
I'm going Arkansas.
LSU.
I'm still going to go LSU.
I went LSU, too. I almost went Arkansas, but scratched it out. Wisconsin, Iowa.
Wisconsin.
I'll take Wisconsin.
I'll go Wisconsin.
I went Iowa in the upset.
It's tough.
Central Florida, Tulane.
Central Florida.
Central Florida.
Yep.
I went Tulane. A&M, Auburn.
A&M.
Yeah, with Weigman starting, I'm going to go A&M.
Yeah, I think I will too.
I went A&M too. North Carolina, Wake Forest.
Wake Forest.
I'm going to go Wake.
North Carolina.
I went Wake. Last one, TCU, Texas.
Texas.
I went TCU. They keep surprising. Thanks, guys.
All right, Jeff. Have a good week.
Potential of chaos coming up this weekend.
I think we're going to get it.
Okay, just real quickly, tell us about our friends at Bromberg's, and then I'll just run through some of the matchups. Where
Is this going to be the Bromberg's question of the day?
This could be the Bromberg's chaotic ring of the day.
Ooh.
When it's time to settle down, you pop the question with the Bromberg's ring. We'll get unsettled after this.
Yeah. Hey, family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now, brombergs.com.
Number 1 in the country, Georgia. There was a time you thought Mississippi State could. Is there still a chance?
No.
Win probability?
5%.
Okay, so way down from where it was. Ohio State, Indiana, Michigan, Nebraska, no chance in any of those.
Oh, no.
Number 4, TCU.
They're going down.
Against number 18, Texas.
Yep, they are going down 100%.
By the way, in fact, on the Michigan Nebraska game. They just announced, Mickey Joseph did, that Casey Thompson's out for that game. So Nebraska's even going back up quarterback there. Yeah, I think TCU is your first one that goes down.
Tennessee, Missouri. Any interest there with
Nope.
Missouri's defense against Tennessee?
Nope. Tennessee runs them.
Okay. Oregon hosting Washington. A chance for number
That's
6
tricky.
to go down.
Yeah, that is tricky.
It is. If Penix Jr.'s on, man,
yeah.
they've got a really good shot. But I'm going to say that Oregon survives.
I would think so, too.
A chance for number 7 LSU to go down
They're
at
going
Arkansas.
Yeah.
No chance for USC.
Colorado, man. I like that.
No chance.
I mean, either number 9 or number 11 is going to lose, and you
Yep.
think number 10 could lose in Clemson.
Yeah, I really do. I think Louisville has got something for Clemson this weekend.
And we'll find out about UCLA and Arizona, which could be a score fest there. But of your top 11, just name 4 or 5 that could lose.
Well, the top 15, North Carolina, I believe, is going down. I think Ole Miss at 11 is going down. LSU at 7 is going down. And TCU at 4 is going down.
You skip 10 at Clemson. You think there's a possibility of that too? Yeah.
So that'd be 5 in the top 15. That's a bloody.
That's pretty bloody.
Yeah. So that's what we're facing this weekend in the college football playoffs. That still wouldn't impact really the 4 teams that are on the path to get there. I guess it knocks TCU out.
And keep in mind, when we did this segment a couple of weeks ago, it's next Saturday, right? Was the one I pointed out that was going to be the bloody Saturday?
It was.
Yeah.
The one still to come.
More blood to come next Saturday.
Yeah, that's on the Austin P weekend for the Crimson Tide.
Yes, that is right.
All right. When we come back, we'll do trash. Brown still has his tradition to do. All that is coming up. By the way, if you're paying attention to what the Colts are doing, yesterday after practices, the Colts were raving about Jeff Saturday. Impressed them all.
He can run a practice.
About to get my first win on Saturday. They're playing the Raiders.
Yeah, so that looks pretty good there. Matt Stafford's in concussion protocol. Josh Allen's day-to-day with that UCLA. Zeke Elliott with his knee to be determined as the Cowboys travel back to Green Bay, where Aaron Rodgers says he was thankful for 12 years with Mike McCarthy.
It didn't seem like it.
Aaron Rodgers does not like the guy he's playing
he does
for
not
now.
like Matt LaFleur.
No.
Any chance he can throw that guy under the bus. It's always very interesting there. All right, when we come back, LT's got our trash the show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
And Element Wellness is right there under the same roof, 119 and 280 in Tattersall Park. At Element Wellness, they got all kinds of ways to make you look better, feel better, heal better. How about red light therapy? Low-level wavelengths of red light treating skin issues, wrinkles, scars, persistent wounds, helps with circulation, cell production, anti-aging, and more. See all of that. Holistic nutrition consulting, infrared sauna, cryotherapy, IV vitamin therapy, all there at Element Wellness. And you can see more, elementwellness.me, elementwellness.me, under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic, 119-280 Tattersall Park in Birmingham.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union, is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Several of you have a question over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Dustin is one of those. Most important hire in football since Pat Dye. Is that what Auburn's experiencing? Bobby's making a point. Dustin, you mean the most important football hire? Most important Auburn hire was Bruce Pearl, he says. Bruce Pearl has done a lot for Auburn recently and continues to do that. They're back in action tomorrow, as is Alabama and UAB. But do you agree with Dustin, some of the others asking how important this Auburn hire is?
Well, it's huge because it seems like everyone,
but I could go back. I could take you back, Lance, to 2008. You just fired Tommy Tuberville. Nick Saban has announced his arrival on the scene in Tuscaloosa after a rough 07 season. Their undefeated regular season 08, run Auburn out of Bryant-Denny. Tuberville gets fired. You could make an argument. You could have said the same thing then. Most important hire since Pat Dye, because, hey, Saban, this guy's obviously going to establish himself at Tuscaloosa. We got to combat that.
But I would say this, now that Saban's on the backside of that career, you've got an opportunity if you get the right guy in, and you need to get the right guy in because it seems like a lot of these programs have the right guy. LSU has the right guy. Ole Miss has the right guy.
Who could be the right guy for Auburn?
Unless you steal him.
I will still stick with Arkansas has got the right guy. It's a tough job. You've got Texas and Oklahoma coming into this league. You got to get coach right.
Do you think Texas and Oklahoma have the right guys?
No, I don't know that Texas. I don't know that either do.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
Yeah. Bobby also says, Lance, I haven't looked it up, but should USC's opponents every week be a lock? Their defense is unbelievably bad. How are they against the spread this year?
I will tell you right now, I was looking at this just a minute ago, and the defense is so bad. I mean, people didn't realize Cal had an opportunity to actually win that game last week. I mean, that's how bad the defense is, and Cal's offense is awful.
Yeah, usually I expect Cal to score in the teens.
Yeah, I mean, that's typically what Cal does. But right now, this year, USC, I've got it right here, is they're 5-4 against the number.
Not as bad as I would have thought.
Yeah, but for an 8-1 overall straight-up team with that offense.
Yeah, 5-4 against the number. All right. Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour. That's right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you've never tried it, make a point, if you're ever in the area or close by and want to have a great lunch or dinner, to swing by Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Sterling and his crew also have those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Never really was a big tamale fan until I tried the Mississippi Delta recipe, and that is fantastic. You can get the great ones right there at champy'schicken.com. Perfect for your tailgate. So, too, those hand-cut chicken fingers for office parties or just sitting around watching football on Saturdays or Sunday. Remember our friends at champy'schicken.com. Every day at this time, we break away from everything else. We do a little thing we like to call trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
All Brittany's life, all she ever wanted to do is get married and get rid of the last name Hickey. So, baby girl, you did it. Congratulations, Mrs. Cox.
LT's Trash is
So
presented
good,
by
man.
Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I don't love weddings or rehearsal dinners, but there are those times where you have like somebody that really does a great job of the speech.
Yeah.
Rarely.
Very
but sometimes.
Yeah, it's
very rare.
Rarely.
It's not worth everything you go through to get the speech, but yeah, sometimes the speech
I'm the
is
guy
hard.
that I do go up to the guy that does the good speech, and I'm like, just want to let you know you did a really good job with that.
Yeah.
But I've done several wedding rehearsals, and this is the consistent thing: is I was going to do notes, and I'm just going to go off the cuff here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What can I say? So, wait. If we started in that. Just
Yeah.
goes like
No,
this.
no, yes.
Oh my God!
Yeah, no direction whatsoever.
You've already derailed before you even started.
But remember Wedding Crashers, he told her just from the heart. She threw out that joke. It was a dud, and then she put her notes away, right?
That's in the movies. It never happened in real life.
I thought you believed in these rom-coms.
I do, but not at weddings.
Okay. When you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are higher, and if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available and build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can help you quickly take advantage of increased home inventory. They've got tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Real quick, this wedding rehearsal I was playing, I don't know these people, but one of the groomsmen came up and made his toast because they're using my equipment for the toast. And I remember he was, he didn't go by his notes, and he was saying, I don't know if they went, somehow a lot of the guys went to Amsterdam.
Right.
And
probably a lot of that story they don't want to repeat.
Hooting and hollering about it. And he's like, and I remember in Amsterdam with, with Charles, and God, there's so many hot chicks. And we're starting the girls, so he starts backing up all the guys like, oh no, what are you doing? So he goes like, and I remember Charles just looking at me going, God, I love Christy so much.
Oh, so awkward.
I love Christy so much. Anyway,
Yeah.
so
I don't want any of these
college,
women.
we went to this. So that was one of the best stories.
I did a really uncomfortable one for my youngest brother's wedding, and her family is really conservative. And I did the story about the first time I met him.
Yeah.
Or met her, and story she really didn't want me to tell.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, but it was a lot of fun. This holiday season, Kiva Confections cannabis-infused turkey gravy is going to put Thanksgiving twist on a classic flavor. With a virally successful debut, it felt only right to bring back turkey gravy that is sure to elevate the evening. The limited edition Kiva turkey gravy will be available for purchase at dispensaries across California beginning November 2nd. It's only $5.
Grandpa wants to know if y'all guys are ready to elevate the evening.
Is it a sativa or is it one that
it's you hope it's you can't do an indica with Thanksgiving dinner. Everybody be out cold
because you already have the
you
already have the turkey knocking you out. You throw a little downer.
Yeah,
pot in
the
there.
ingredients include turkey stock, salt, onion, garlic, an herbal selection of rosemary, oregano, and cannabis that's made to dress turkey, mashed potatoes, and more. Each single serve pack is 10 milligrams of THC. They say just the right amount to take Thanksgiving to another level.
I had somebody yesterday talking to me about the infused butter that you can put on toast or bagels or whatever that has the CBD in it.
Well, now they've got infused beer, which is really taking it to another level because you've already got alcohol in this and you're going to add THC.
Yeah.
You know, what I would tell you is eat your Thanksgiving or take a gummy, then eat your Thanksgiving meal.
Yeah, that's what you got to
do. That's good advice.
Why are the Lions wearing those colorful uniforms?
They're winning.
Boy, this is going to make some people feel really overweight. United Airlines has started blocking some seats on their 757s to account for passengers that have gotten heavier over the years. This presents an interesting opportunity for passengers to snag better seats, though. Now, the average weights that airlines have used for passengers are decided by the FAA. There are different numbers for male and female passengers and different numbers for summer and winter. That's because the average passenger's weight includes weight of carry-ons and clothing. Travelers tend to travel with more wear in the winter and maybe also put on a few pounds in that season. So here are the average female summer weight. It increased from 145 to 179 this past summer.
Wow, so we're counting on the average female flyer being 179.
I mean, that's a big girl.
Yeah.
Now, the average female winter weight increased to 184. The average male summer weight increased from 185 to 200. The average male winter weight increased from 190 to 205. I think I'm a little more than 205.
Yeah, I'm 205 to 210, somewhere in there, I guarantee you.
It seems like they're giving more grace to the women.
Women are smaller than men.
184, yeah. I mean, they're typically.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're going all the way up to 179 pounds for the female and
184 and 205. But you think about height. The average height of a male is probably 5'11". What's the average female? 5'6".
Yeah. That frame's going to be smaller for the female, and this is all about fitting in the seat, right?
But I never look around at somebody like Brown, and I'm not like, man, that guy's too big to be flying.
Yeah, I'm 205, man.
But we're capping this right now. Are you 200?
No. Today, I'm 192. Last night.
I know you know exactly what you are.
Last night, I was 193. Today, I'm 192.5.
So what?
Good night of sleep then. Congrats.
Yeah,
what's this mean for me? If I'm 205 and on a flight, I might have to get two seats, am I?
No, the seat's tight. They're designing the seats to.
Oh, this is redesigning the seats? Yeah.
No, they're blocking them off.
Yeah.
Like they're like.
That's what I'm saying.
I guess because the weight distribution, and so you can't if you look at the graph of the flight manifest, whatever. There's these two seats are blocked. I don't know how exactly.
I don't
they're
know.
doing it.
It's really scary when you think about it because there's been a lot of flights that have gone down because they've been too heavy.
Right. They'll need 3 of me on the right side of the plane to go with 2 of you.
Yeah.
Now it says
balance the wheels.
Assuming these planes have an average of 180 seats, that's a difference in weight of 2,700 to 6,100 pounds per flight. If you assume the passenger gender mix is 50-50, then we're talking an average weight increase of about 4,400 pounds per flight. The average weight of passengers increasing over time is causing issues for the United's Boeing 757s, especially in the winter. I don't know how they actually really gauge this, though. I mean, I've never been asked how much I weigh.
No, nor have I.
Oh, they know. They know.
Yeah, they got a carnival barker.
I think I'm going to save this story for last, Rocky, because it is incredible. People reveal craziest ways they found out they were being cheated on.
Oh, my.
Some of them are awesome.
Yeah, I mean, incredible.
Don't tease ahead because Brown will clap back at you saying it's not that incredible.
No, I look very much forward to it.
It's worth it. Okay.
No, I'm excited about that. It'll be great, Jim.
Judge Judy's former neighbor, Justin Bieber. She says that he used to, quote, be scared to death of her and took measures to avoid any potential run-ins at their complex. She went on to say, quote, there was a period of time before he grew up when he was foolish and doing foolish things. I must have said something about it. And then I understood he was paying the front door people to let them know when I was there, coming and going, so he wouldn't have to bump into me.
Did you tip the front door people this year?
It's so weird that he wouldn't just bump into her. Not go and have dinner
at
her house.
Their neighborhood, I'm sure their houses are really
What's up,
close.
Judy? How big is she, Rockstar?
I would say Judy is probably 4'11", 5 feet,
Yeah, she's
maybe.
not a big girl.
About 179.
Average 184 in the winter.
That is funny that he was intimidated.
It
by
really
Judge
is.
Judy.
I mean, she's not big as a minute. I bet she is a ball buster.
Now, they talk about at the age of 19, he was arrested for DUI. He also had run-ins with the law, including charges pertaining to vandalism, assaulting a limo driver. Who was it that lived in his neighborhood also that got so pissed because he'd street race all the time? It was a celebrity.
And he egged a house. Remember, he had to go to court because he egged a house.
Probably a Kardashian, if I had to guess.
I'm a little surprised somebody didn't whip his ass back in the day.
Hey, why do you have that black eye, Justin? I had a run-in. Run-in with who? The law.
Judy.
Hey,
was guilty.
If you live in the United Kingdom and you're a fan of McDonald's, got some good news for you. The UK arm of the fast food giant confirmed on Facebook that it's giving away a McCrispy, the ultimate gaming chair. And now McDonald's insists that it's a one-of-a-kind.
Check it out.
Oh, my.
Lunsford would love it.
Yeah, well, he's got one he plays poker in, but he doesn't have those sidecars where you can set drinks and food.
That is handy.
I do like that.
Too. They keep them warm.
They got warmers, too?
Yeah, for the fries, like a little burger warmer.
Shut up.
Man, I'll tell you.
If it wasn't butt-ass ugly, I'd love that.
Their fries have survived the test of time.
They are so good.
Yeah,
Yep.
and so consistent.
Yep.
But the thing that, and this is like any fast food, but I'll never forget when I used to have to vacuum cars out when I was working at car wash back-to-back summers, and you'd find that fry under the seat that was probably 3 months old.
Yep.
And it looked the exact same.
Yeah, you know what that means.
A little stiff. Tasted really bad.
Someone explained to me the other day what that means.
Yeah, I know what that means. Okay, finally, here we go. People reveal the craziest ways they found out they were being cheated on.
Okay.
First one, when I found out that he was on dating apps, he told me he wasn't cheating on me, that he was just trying to find me a best friend, and it was supposed to be a surprise.
And you ruined it.
You've ruined it now.
So thanks for that.
Okay.
Every time.
Yes.
Look at what I brought home for you.
I mean, these are so good. Another one. He told me he was going on a men's church retreat and he would be gone all weekend. My best friend's husband was also going.
Oh, no.
So she and I got together that Saturday. Her husband FaceTimed her and casually asked why my husband had canceled.
Oh, damn it.
Didn't cover your tracks,
You
did
think
you?
that phone was getting blown up immediately?
Yes.
Hey, how's the church show? It's going good.
It's going good.
Why does it sound like you're in a Vegas casino?
Oh, God.
This one's really good, too. Again, people reveal craziest ways they found out they were being cheated on. I caught my ex in a room with another girl. He told me that my eyes were deceiving me. He said, who are you going to believe, me or your imagination?
That's true.
What have you been smoking? Wow.
Here's another one. Caught him standing behind another girl with his arms wrapped around her waist in the middle of a festival crowd. He said he was helping her stand up because she had MS.
Oh.
I'm just being nice.
Not all heroes wear capes, man.
She told me she had MS. I was like, let me put my arms around you.
Yeah, right around the waist from behind.
And the final one, he told me the marks that looked like hickeys on his chest and neck were just burn marks from falling while he tried to walk on hot coals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, who among us, right?
It was a retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Actually, these huge mosquitoes just kept biting my chest.
So
all right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, with rates trending upwards, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during the lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain a 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Rusty says at the festival, the guy holding up the girl from behind, it was that Urban Meyer.
She just sat on my lap, man. What was I supposed to do?
There weren't enough seats around.
Yeah,
just being a gentleman. All right, when we come back, Brown's Thursday tradition. It is a good one, and it's next right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
What are you waiting for?
It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You know, Brown is really good at pouring water, like we're being interrogated. Like he just filled up his water, and he's able to make that sound and make it such a long pour.
Mm-hmm.
Like really, if you just tell us who your source is, we can get you some of this nice ice cold water. It's a long pour. It makes that sound like it's a babbling brook, like it's the best tasting water ever.
The best pouring sound is either a good soft drink like a Mountain Dew on ice, or a cold beer.
Yeah.
When you pop it. Gotta have that.
I tell you what I like is aluminum can Diet Mountain Dew or whatever that has been down in the cooler all day in the heat, and it's just floating in that ice water. That first sip almost burns the back of your throat. It's so cold.
Well, you remember the old day with bottles and you get some ice chunks in
That's what I was about to say. People in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room will remember the days when you'd have the bottles that would come out, or even the plastic for a while, but the old bottle days, you'd put your 50 cents in or whatever it was, and it would come down, and you'd pop it open, and I guess when you popped it, it froze it really quick.
Yeah.
And you drink that nice Pepsi or Dr. Pepper. Yeah, it was really, really good. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends right there that bring us the lock every day. It's our friends at Hemp Hill. LT's lock will go out later on. Got a couple of college games tonight. Got an NFL game tonight. Some good basketball games going on, both in the NBA and college. And it's all brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Hemphill Service is there. They'll help you with all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It is Hemphill. Adam, Chad, and that bunch over there will fix it right, and they fix it the first time. 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill at the Lance Taylor. He'll send it out later on.
Speaking of the lock, LT, normally there's more money bet on NFL games than college games.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay. To an extensive amount?
I think I'd love to see the handle on this.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. There might be more on NBA than college football.
Okay. But
Really?
there's definitely
Yeah.
more on NFL.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So NFL is the most bet-on sport in the United States.
I'll give you an example. Yeah, the NFL 100% is.
Okay.
But when I, on Saturday, will go to Scores and Odds, first thing that pops up on Scores and Odds are the NBA numbers.
Okay. There is a college football team Saturday that has received more spread bets than every single NFL team except for the Falcons. And this same college football team has more money bet on them than 22 of the 28 NFL teams playing Sunday.
Okay, who do you think it is?
He knows who it is.
I know it is. It's LSU, but I can't touch it because it's an 11 o'clock game.
It's LSU?
It is LSU, and it is, in fact, an 11 o'clock game.
Yeah,
LSU.
and they've got Dunaway on their side now.
LSU minus 3.5 is getting more money bet on them than 22 of the 28 NFL teams at Caesars right now.
So that would tell you that
they're losing.
The layman's out there are betting LSU.
Oh, they're hammering
all over LSU minus 3.5. I mean, you can see why. LSU just beat Alabama.
And Arkansas just lost to Liberty.
Lost to Liberty. I mean, it is the layman's dream come true. This is such easy money. 3.5.
And Furman said yesterday, I wish that number was a little higher. And I guess he was talking in the 3.5 or 4 range. The number's where it should be. I mean, I would have posted LSU a 3-point favorite.
Wow. So Vegas is going to lose a lot of money if the favorite wins in that game?
Again, I had a conversation with our buddy that's an LSU grad, and he said, I'm glad it's at 11 o'clock because a lot of public money wins at 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah.
That's what Zach says. Every once in a while, public gets it right.
Oh, yeah.
Every now and then.
Yep.
We always get it right with Brown's Thursday Tradition, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. Hit it, Rockstar.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
College football's best traditions.
Hey, and our friend Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things right there in Tuscaloosa on the Strip. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in and see Bob and that great staff today for lunch or dinner at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
So Saturday we'll be playing for the Heartland Trophy. Does anybody know who plays for the Heartland Trophy?
That'd be the old battle between...
We've mentioned this game on the show today. Jeff actually mentioned this game. He asked us for our pick. Big Ten trophy here.
That's going to be
right there
Wisconsin and somebody.
Wisconsin and Iowa. Wisconsin leads this series 49-44-2. In fact, Scott's got a photo of Wisconsin celebrating with the Heartland Trophy, much larger than you would think, a gold bull. I mean, it looks like something they would worship in the Old Testament, and God would get really mad and smite them.
Or like the best broker would get that, from his firm in New York.
Yeah,
bullish.
Big bull.
We were bullish. Way to go, Joe.
Weighs 72 pounds, the Heartland Trophy does.
Is that the heaviest trophy?
I don't know. That's a great question, Jim.
Is it bigger than the old Rugged Cross?
The rivalry is more than 100 years old. The trophy is relatively new. They didn't start this trophy until 2004.
You drop that on your foot, it's going to dick your
hurt.
foot up.
It's going to hurt. You won't be day to day.
Yep. But and looking into this rivalry, I was going to use this one today, and I actually learned something. So I like to be educational here on the show, especially as it pertains to college football. This week's game is being played at Kinnick Stadium. Do you guys know who Kinnick Stadium is named after?
J.P. Kinnick. He was a great circus-teer back in the day.
No. So what?
A circus-teer. He put on circuses around America.
That is incorrect. A circus-teer. That is incorrect, Jim.
Leon Kinnick. He was the first practicing MD in Iowa City back in 1621.
You only say that because the kids' hospital looks out over it and they wave at the kids?
And was he not the first African-American player to play in the Big Ten? Nope.
He was not, Jim, no. It is actually very interesting, and congrats to Carrie there in the chat room and the chat room for getting it right. Niall Kinnick, 1939 Heisman Award winner.
Oh, wow.
And on this Veterans Day, it's important to look back at people like Niall Kinnick. When he received the Heisman at the Downtown Athletic Club in New York City, he made this following statement. Finally, if you'll permit me, I'd like to make a comment which in my mind is indicative perhaps of greater significance of football and sports emphasis in general in this country, and that is this. I thank God I was warring on the gridirons of the Midwest and not the battlefields of Europe. But he stepped into that war when he left law school in 1942 to enlist in the Navy, and on June 2, 1943, Niall Kinnick was killed in a flight off the aircraft carrier USS Lexington. He had been flying for more than an hour when his Grumman F-4F Wildcat developed an oil leak so serious he couldn't reach the Lexington, and the flight deck was full of planes anyway. He tried a water landing, and he died, becoming the first Heisman Trophy winner ever to die. He was a month and 7 days away from his 25th birthday.
Well, I mean, that's a cool story. I'd never heard it.
I hadn't either. I didn't know who Kinnick was.
Did they not have the ejection button back in the day?
Well, they did. He whatever the protocol was try a water landing, apparently. I don't know if he ejected or not. And they may not have. I mean, to your point, it's 1943. So, I mean, we barely had planes then.
Yeah, good.
Cool story about Niall Kinnick, though. I didn't know that.
Good remembrance that Veterans Day celebrated and observed coming up this Friday with the country's oldest Veterans Day parade here in town. And that's our tradition as we honor the veterans today. Brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Again, celebrating 40 years in market. How about the Alabama hot chicken for lunch or dinner? It's Bob's own personal recipe. He now keeps it locked away. Baumhauer's bringing the newest and greatest featured item, fresh southern fried chicken breast, smothered in that tangy blend of herbs, spices, honey, and apple cider vinegar. It's got a spicy finish, served up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens, and garlic bread. Pick it up for lunch or dinner at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Sean Payton, guy's been doing a pretty good job on the Fox studio broadcast. Do you think he gets back into coaching next year?
I used to like that Fox pregame, postgame. It's gotten so hokey.
I rarely get to see him anymore, but when he's on there, I do like him. Do you think he gets back into coaching next year?
Yes.
Where?
Some jobs that could come open. Already open. Colts and Panthers. Vegas could come open. Obviously, the Broncos could come open. Arizona could come open. Texans could come open. The Saints could come back open.
Yeah, Colts and Panthers, I don't know who my quarterback's going to be. I mean, that's one thing there.
Potential to draft one.
Las Vegas, I know who my quarterback is going to be, but do I want that? I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about Carr.
One team you didn't mention, and we've always had the association with his relationship with Jerry Jones, is the Cowboys. And look, I know the Cowboys are 6-2 right now, but if the Cowboys don't win in the postseason this year, I'm not surprised at all if Mike McCarthy is not out. Now, I don't know if Kellen Moore would be the guy at that point. We'll see.
Good point. In the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Chargers is one with a quarterback already in hand that could open up. Interesting there as we watch the NFL hot seat after another firing went down this week. When we come back, we jam-packed in the final hour. Brock Huard joins us, and so does Stan White. A couple of quarterbacks. The show being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power, keeping you connected easier now than ever.
They are, Jimmy D, and they remind you that they've got great convenient options for you to pay your bill at Alabama Power. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, Venmo, those are very popular. You can use them all, and it's easy and secure and reliable. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started today.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We always joke with Joel Klatt every week when he's on our show about you have to check the labeling sometimes. Big Noon Kickoff has been sort of tied up by that 11 o'clock Central 12 noon kick, the labeling that's on that game. Our buddy Brock Huard, it seems like every week, has a fantastic football game he's going to.
Better games. Guess what? Saturday, it happens again. Brock Huard coming right up with us. A reminder, Nichols Outfitters getting you ready for hunting season. And in fact, at past hunting seasons, you got a rifle or shotgun you do not use anymore, they may purchase it from you. Maybe you've updated hunting firearms just a few years ago, still have the old one. Don't let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters may buy it from you. See what you get today. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. I am excited not only to talk to Brock because we love him, but about the game that he has got Saturday night. Washington at Oregon, one of the best games in the country. 6 o'clock here locally on Fox 6. Brock Huard, college football analyst for Fox, joins us now. What's up, Brock? How are you?
Well, good afternoon, close to afternoon out there in Birmingham. What Joel doesn't seem to remember was last year, every single week, they had like the most epic game ever, concluding with Ohio State and Michigan in the snow with, I think, the most watched numbers in the history of college football for a regular season game. And that night we had Stanford and Notre Dame in front of 2,000 Notre Dame fans in Palo Alto. So it's a total inverse. Last year, our producer put together numbers at the end of the year because we had some great games early. And then our last 10 weeks, our games were decided by an average of 29 points.
Yikes.
So this season has been 180. They have had blowouts after blowouts after blowouts, and we have had some of the most compelling theater. I would say in my 15 years on the road, this is from beginning to end the best venues and the best games we've been a part of.
I don't think people realize, I know you probably do, Michael Penix Jr. has the second most passing attempts in the FBS this year, only behind Will Rogers at Mississippi State. As good as Bo Nix is playing, is there a chance on the road at Autzen Michael Penix Jr. could outplay Bo Nix?
He could outplay Bo Nix, but not win. Yeah, I mean, statistically speaking, I think last week he had under 300 yards and 40-mile-an-hour winds for the first time all year. I mean, he's put up ridiculous yards. He's number one in yards. These two are off the charts, top 10 in just about every statistical category when it comes to quarterback play. So, yeah, he could throw for 450 yards, and they could score 35 points and still lose 49-35. Oregon has averaged 48.5 points a game since Georgia. They've not had a game where they've scored less than 41 points since Georgia. You put on the tape, and I don't know how you defend them. And I went into super, super nerdville last night. I don't know if you guys ever get just into nerd dorkiness, like, what am I doing? And while you're doing it, you're like, what a dork. Like, my wife's looking at me on the couch like, what are you doing over there? And I got my stopwatch out. I'm timing throws on my game tape of Bo Nix, how quickly the ball's out of his hand. I'm charting all the plays, all of his 24 passes against Colorado. And honestly, I got done, and part of me felt like that was a really cool exercise. And then part of me is like, don't ever do that again. I just must have appeared like a total dork. But here's the bottom line. 24 pass attempts. The ball was in his hand an average of 1.88 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah. A little context to that. A season ago in the NFL, in the shotgun, where you remember Big Ben, like hot potato, just the ball is out, ball's out, ball's out. He was number one in the league in the NFL at 2.33. Tom Brady was number 2 at 2.50. If you want to know why Bo Nix and Oregon is on their way to shatter a record and a number that makes, and I know you guys love numbers, especially you, Lance, a number that makes no sense. Bo Nix has been sacked one time. In 9 games, Bo Nix has been sacked one time. And they even contend it wasn't a sack. It was like a scramble run that should have not even been considered a sack. Last year, the FBS Power 5 leader was Utah. Cam Rising was sacked 13 times. Army, Air Force, over the years, sometimes they're 3, 5, 7 sacks in a season. Bo Nix has been sacked one time, and it's a huge part of why they've been so good.
Yeah, and he's got 5+ touchdowns in 3 straight games, which is insane. But there's a lot of people around here that say it's just Pac-12 defenses. That's the only reason Bo Nix is having success. Your thought on that?
Same reason the people out west are saying, gosh, no wonder Jackson Dart's 8-1, Jaden Daniels is 7-2 and in the top 10, because it's Pac-12 quarterbacks getting to play SEC defenses, right? I mean, you could go both ways.
Good counter, yep.
You know, Damon actually, my older brother, said that to me. He said, gosh, I wonder if some of these SEC dudes do look at Bo Nix and go, gosh, he was broken down there. Go out west, man. Less defense, less notoriety, less attention, less exposure, less burden and weight on your shoulders, and you just get to go play like Bo's doing. But then you do flip it around and go, Jaden Daniels never played this way at ASU. And Jackson Dart didn't have this kind of performance and consistency at USC. So I think it has a whole lot more to do with your supporting cast. Kenny Dillingham, in this case, the coordinator at Oregon, I don't know if they have a trend lines for the Broyles Award for top assistant of the year, but to me, there's not even a close second. He has been so good, and he will be a head coach shortly. because of what they're doing offensively. People cannot stop right now.
Well, there were some Saturdays Bo Nix didn't make it through Tiger Walk without being sacked one time, and now it's one sack for the season.
And Kenny Dillingham was the offensive coordinator then, too, at Auburn. It's so weird.
Yeah, the supporting cast, it starts with that head coach. I don't want to get into a theology discussion, but I do believe heaven is different for every person, and I will be a star of a radio podcast or a video podcast when I get to heaven, and my interview in heaven with Brock will look exactly like this blurred background. This is very heavenly as we look at you today. I like this.
What if I turn my head right there, the little sun from Colorado? The light.
If the last time we talked to you, Alabama was a dynasty, and now Alabama's lost 2 games. What is your takeaway of this Alabama football team with another challenging road game this Saturday?
Yeah, Alabama has still been a dynasty. They've lost 2 games by, 1 possession in each of those games. They are right there. But their play and their recruiting and their talent has elevated their peers. It has elevated the coaching in the conference. Brian Kelly's a goofball and certainly got off on the wrong foot, at least in the social media realm and everything else. Dude can coach. There's a reason Scott Woodward wanted him there to just add a level of legitimacy, and they're going to build. And obviously Kirby, Nick knew it. Like, I'm like, I don't know if I want him going to Georgia. Like he knows the background and the history and the recruiting and everything that he's capable of doing. So I think it is much more of a testament to the rising tide. Mike Leach can coach. He knows how to win games and build a competent, not a national title program, but an incredibly competent program. So the money, the resources, the recruiting speak for themselves in that conference. Now with Heupel's system and this transfer portal and the NIL world and the money and everything else, yeah, you give those tools to other competent, excellent coaches. It's elevated the entirety of the competitiveness in that conference, and I think will be harder for Nick Saban and how many more years he has left in Tuscaloosa.
Brock Huard is with us at Brock Huard on Twitter. You'll see him 6 o'clock, Fox 6, with that fantastic Oregon-Washington game Saturday night. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It has become, I guess, acceptable to say this week, yeah, I know Ohio State played in crap conditions, but they should have been able to line up and run it for more than 207 yards, run at will against a bad Northwestern team. Do you share that? I mean, I don't think anybody's banging, C.J. Stroud's performance throwing the ball. Nobody was going to throw in that situation, but do you subscribe to the why couldn't they just run for 500 yards argument?
A little bit. I mean, the one thing that Pat Fitzgerald team is still a little bit stout, stopping the run. And you do play on a field that your cleats can disappear in, right? I mean, that grass is
it's like a wheat field,
long.
Yeah.
Ryan, I mean, they know from a speed standpoint, that's the only way. I mean, I remember way back, Machine, last century, we played at Ohio State, and it was the same thing. I remember going out there like, oh, my gosh. Some of these Big Ten schools, like I felt like I was in a forest. Like I couldn't even see my cleats in their grass. Not anymore. Not anymore. Michigan, Ohio State recruit more speed than anybody else in that conference, and they want to play fast. And that, in the environment, the wind, the grass, the weather, all of it just slowed that game down. It's like Tom Brady used to say, right? Tom Brady loved snow games, loved inclement weather. Why? Because now everybody plays at my speed. Instead of running a 5.3 and the game's flying around me, now everybody can't run, everybody can't move, everybody is frozen, and advantage Tom Brady. So I think those conditions had a lot to do with it. That said, if you're a Michigan fan, it does give you some encouragement to know that they're maybe not two-dimensional when they play, that it may have to all be some of the Stroud show. And anytime in those matchups of what should be undefeated teams, you make a team one-dimensional, you have a better chance to win.
Somebody asked us earlier if there's only 3 teams that can win a national championship, and we all agreed it was Georgia, Ohio State, and Michigan. Would you go deeper than 3 right now?
Yeah, I don't know how much separation there is with Tennessee and Michigan. I still got to see it with Michigan. And some of it is just their style of play, right? That you look at it and you go, and they're just not blowing people out in the first half of games. They eventually get to the late rounds and they punish them. And those body blows and their physical nature. And I know Klatt is on with you guys every Monday, and he was camped out. And I think didn't he buy a condo in Ann Arbor for 4 weeks? I mean, they were there for the entire month. So he grew to appreciate that style of just a heavyweight that's going to get it like Foreman to the late rounds and knock you out. Can that formula against Ohio State or a Georgia, can they do that? Well, we saw it last year to a degree, right? In the semifinal game, and it was Now, that was a heavyweight in Georgia that arguably was the biggest, baddest heavyweight we've seen in decades defensively. But I don't know how much separation. TCU I've seen a couple times. I may see them next week as well. Yeah, I think from having been there, done it, having enough substance, enough size, enough strength, enough break and not bend. Yeah, I don't think they're at that level. But how much really separates a Tennessee? How much really separates an Alabama? It was a field goal in Alabama's 2 losses. I'd probably put those two a little bit closer than I would TCU. Well, Oregon's been pretty darn good, but USC, some of the others. I mean, Oregon has a chance, and I think they're gonna put up 50 points again this week, and then it's Utah, and then obviously a Pac-12 title game. It sets up for Oregon. There's still an opportunity and an end to that playoff for the Ducks.
You're saying a lot of Western teams there in Oregon and USC and UCLA and Utah all in the top 13. Washington's at 25. Oregon State's been ranked throughout the year. Do you see that as a huge positive for the Pac-12 or a huge bonus for the Big Ten with USC and UCLA coming in? But we sort of needed a Western resurgence of football, and it seems like we've gotten that this year.
Well, I see that just as a kid that grew up listening to Keith Jackson in the Pac-10. Like, it's a bummer. I mean, that's just frankly how I see it. Because just geographically speaking, just decades, and I'm not trying to be Bill Walton here, but right, if there were no contracts signed, if there was no agreements made before this season, and this was UCLA and USC, it would be, wow, okay, this transfer portal's real. Everything I said about the SEC, okay, now Lincoln Riley is out west. Now Chip has found this thing. Now Dan Lanning is out at Oregon. Right now, there's enough money in these places, enough collectives down in LA and in Eugene to compete with some of the Big Ten and the SEC. But that got washed away. Right? I mean, that got washed away before the season with USC and UCLA leaving. A lot of rumblings about what is next with Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, Utah. What is next with Oregon, Washington, Stanford, Cal to the Big Ten. So I can't look at it kind of in good faith without that in the back of my mind going, yeah, it would be great, right? It would be geographically pretty cool. It would be quite a testament to George Kliavkoff, new leadership, everything they've done, being kind of trendsetters without having divisions and have the 2 best teams play for a title. But a lot of it's fairly diminished because of, inevitably what's coming.
All right, we've told you how bloody Saturday could be. 2 of those games, Saturday night, TCU, Texas on ABC, but the Brock game will be Oregon and Washington. It's got potential there on Fox, 6 o'clock here locally on Fox 6. You'll see Brock Huard there. Thank you for the time, Brock. Always fun.
Don't feel too sorry for Klatt, okay?
Klatt. We give Klatt, no.
Don't feel too sorry for his games. He has Ohio State, Michigan looming, all right?
That's right.
He gets that one in a couple weeks. Always appreciate you, boys. Be well.
Thank you, Brock. Take care, buddy. At Brock Huard on Twitter. Always fun talking with him on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, just how do you guys see the Western teams being – they've been back in the national prominence this year.
Yeah, I mean, look, I really think that the Pac-12 has a legitimate shot this year of getting somebody back to a college football playoff for the first time since 2016 with Washington.
I hate to be it's good for the sport guy, but is it good for the sport?
I do think it's good for the sport when you have coast to coast. It's good for the health of the sport. I'm going to watch it no matter what. I mean, you could have no team west of the Rockies worth of crap. I'm still watching college football every Saturday. But you can't deny that if you want the sport to grow and remain healthy, as far as TV money goes and an expanded playoff, it does benefit it to be good west of the Rockies.
I think what's interesting is I still think Utah, you can make an argument, one of the best 2-loss teams in all of college football right now. But you look at USC and UCLA, where they are right now, about to head to the Big Ten. Really fascinating because the teams left in the Pac-12, Oregon and Utah, those 2 teams should dominate that league. And I just wonder how the transition is going to go for USC and UCLA.
Yeah, this is a crazy sentence I'm about to say. I never thought I would say it, but Bo Nix has made Oregon fun to watch again.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a fun team to watch.
I know, but I mean, if I'd have gone back 3 months and said that, you would have laughed at me. But it is. It's a fun team to watch again. USC has got to find some defense, but they're a fun team to watch again.
UCLA's a fun team to watch.
UCLA's a fun team to watch. I mean, the Pac-12's been more fun to watch this year.
If you just go with the top 15 schools in the college football playoff rankings. The SEC has Georgia, they have Tennessee, they have LSU, they have Alabama, they have Ole Miss. What is that, 5 or is that 6? Georgia, Tennessee, LSU, Alabama, Ole Miss. That's 5 right there. Future Big Ten has Ohio State and Michigan. Then you have USC, you've got UCLA, and you got Penn State.
And it wouldn't shock me if Oregon's in there one day, too. I mean, they're not now, I know, but it wouldn't blow me away if one day Oregon's in the Big Ten.
That's how big getting USC and UCLA is for the Big Ten, too. All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Dr. B. Rockstar has our 4 downs in the next segment. Dr. B has LT's hair growing faster than inflation.
Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Again, had that second hair analysis done a little over 5 weeks ago. My hair is 12 to 14% thicker already. I'm still pretty early in the treatment. Just started that second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. B, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying that expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And make sure you tell him the Next Round sent you.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Krusty 1001, certainly hope TNR gets Pat Bradley back on during this college basketball season. No doubt the shooter will be back with us when we get to it. Big basketball happening tonight if you're down at Sanford, Spring Hill in town, 6:30. UAB on the road. We talked to Mintzy from Barstool earlier. Don't forget Barstool basketball in Philadelphia, their first ever basketball tournament they're hosting. It includes Jelly Walker and UAB. UAB in Toledo tomorrow. And Portnoy and Big Cat will be actually doing the broadcast of that game.
Yeah, you remember how excited AK was when he was in studio with us. We mentioned it to Mintzy. He had to tell us under secrecy because Barstool had not even announced it yet.
Right.
Yeah, he was super excited about it. And, just the audience that they appeal to that you don't normally get to appeal to. If you're playing a game on Stadium or CBS Sports Network, their audience may never see it, but you're opening yourself up to a brand new audience. That's only going to help recruiting.
Yeah, it could help recruiting.
Yeah.
That's exactly right, which is what it's all about for AK. So that game's tomorrow in Philadelphia for UAB in the Barstool tournament. Bama and Auburn both at home. Bama gets Liberty. Auburn gets USF. In some basketball news there. The show being brought to you by Storm Restoration Roofing. Before we get to Rockstar's 4 Downs, Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the South because he's been doing this for a long time. Greg will get up on your roof and give you a free no-cost roof inspection. Before I tell you about the free no-cost roof inspection, remember, when storms come true, you want to have a number on standby for a trusted roofing contractor, somebody who come out, assess the damage, help you with the insurance companies, and make repairs at a speedy fashion. That all happens with Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. So remember that name, Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, and remember this number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. He'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. It's our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, getting ready for a fun night of college football, one NFL game, Falcons and Panthers. Forrester, your microphone, please. You excited about your Falcons tonight? Still in the hunt for a playoff bid?
Yeah.
USFL's coming. You guys excited?
Yeah. Marcus Mariota. Let's go.
Yeah, but tonight it's Marcus Mariota against P.J. Walker, right?
Yeah, the type of quarterback matchup Kirk Herbstreit's flying all over the country to see.
You start looking through history. You have Manning, Brady, and then right to P.J. Walker and Marcus Mariota.
It's one of the greatest quarterback matchups of all time.
By the way, we say this all the time. In case you wonder why they flag roughing the passer so much in the NFL, it's so you don't get matchups like this.
Don't forget, though, Mariota. And I think Arthur Smith has done a really good job with him this year.
Fantastic job, yeah.
he was the starter from day one. This is a little different with PJ. And, Baker Mayfield comes off the bench, throws a couple of touchdowns in the second half, and doesn't get the start this week. That was a little surprising.
Yeah, a little surprising there. But that's tonight on Prime Video, 7:15, the one NFL game. It is time for 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires and Automotive. And Rockstar has our 4 Downs today. Tell us about Vulcan Tire.
Yeah, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location any minute now, right there in Pell City. Anything you need from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What was some great advice 20 years ago, but definitely isn't now?
Buy stock in Blockbuster.
Are you kidding me? That's what you said?
Yeah,
that was mine. How did you come?
Well,
I looked this morning.
The sitcom on Netflix?
No, I looked this morning, 2004. So 20 years ago, you'd be at 02, right? 2004, they hit their highest level of employment, and their stock price was at an all-time high.
Well, what I would have said back then is, we're doing this transition out of VHS to DVD. Nothing will ever be better than DVD.
That's right. And everybody's always going to want to watch movies, entertainment. And, I mean, they've made the transition. They got all the DVDs.
Yeah, when Netflix started shooting the things out in the mailbox, I was like, this is one of the worst business ideas ever.
I thought the same
Blockbuster, I'll buy. Netflix, I'll sell.
What about Redbox, where you got it out of the vending machine and had to take it back to the drugstore and put it in the vending machine? Now, Blockbuster, that's crazy you said that. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, just all sorts of investments. What was yours, Rockstar, when you put this together?
I didn't really have. Well, Bitcoin didn't exist 20 years ago, but I'm
No,
trying to think
gosh,
of something
you could've
other than
bought that, though.
investments. I didn't like the fact that people said that when you buy a phone, let it drain all the way down one time.
Yeah.
Because that'll make it better. Because that'll make your battery last longer. Always go down all from 100 to 0,
And
let
then charge it, yeah.
and then charge it.
Did you ever do that? Because I did.
No, I didn't get a cell phone till I started working at Jocks. I was 24 when I got a cell phone.
Yeah, no, I believe that, and I think I still did it with this most recent one. I think I still do that every time. I drain it all the way down, so that is not true.
Second down.
What show has almost no likable characters?
So every character on Succession is despicable, but there are characters I like.
Yeah, see, that's the thing I had trouble with here is they're unlikable people, but I enjoy the character.
Yeah, I mean, every one of them is flawed.
Right. Yep.
But for me, again, most overrated show of all time, Friends. I don't the few episodes I've seen, every one of them are so annoying.
But on Succession, and I thought about that one too, Lance. You and I are on the same wavelength. Greg is really, I thought, who is the only one I actually like? And I think it's Greg.
See, I like Shiv.
Oh, she is a complete,
Of course, you probably like Beth on Yellowstone too, right?
I do.
That
I
was
like
my
Beth.
answer was Yellowstone. I did not like one
I like
character
Rip.
on Yellowstone.
Well, see, most of the time, if I don't like the characters, I'm not going to watch the show. But I thought of Succession because they're all unlikable except for Greg. Every last character on there is unlikable, but Greg.
If I tapped out of Yellowstone at the beginning of last year, if you're still watching and you've seen the trailer for this year and you're not tapping out before it starts, you're wasting your time.
I have to see it till the end. I have to watch it.
So let me get this straight. So John Dutton is now the governor.
He's running for, and I assume by the look, he's going to win governor.
He walks in, his entire staff, he fires them all, and his chief of staff is now his daughter. This
That's
makes
right.
sense, right?
Yep.
Yeah, well, she's pretty good. She used to run a Fortune 500 company.
Yeah.
Till she quit to come save the ranch. I never liked any character on Breaking Bad. And it's why I continued to tap out every time I try to watch
like Saul or Jesse Pinkman?
Did not like any of them. Did not like anybody
you didn't
on
like Tuco?
there. Did not like
Crazy
any of
Eight?
them. So I can't get invested if I don't like any of them.
You got invested on Friends. Who did you like on Friends?
I like them all. Except Ross. I never liked Ross, but I liked them all. I loved the Courtney Cox character. Jennifer Aniston. She's in Allure magazine still. She's not
she's beautiful, but I'm just saying the character wasn't like.
I liked her. I liked him.
Third down.
What film franchise needs to just hang it up?
Fast and Furious. And I'll say this. I tried to watch with Jack. I watched like 3 of them, but Jack's cousin, Jace, was telling me one of the latest ones, they go to space.
They do, right?
You got to, man. That's the next step.
I know I'll watch a show about dragons.
Yep.
But the acting and the storyline and the dialogue is really good. I find it hard to believe Fast and Furious going to space has got a good storyline.
Yeah, well, the one about dragons is a fantasy anyway, because that period of time never existed.
That we know about.
Right.
One of my servers at Walk-Ons in Chattanooga had a big dragon tattoo. And I asked her about the dragon tattoo, and she said, I studied dragons in college. And I was like, but you know they never existed, right? She's like, no. Dragons did exist.
Okay.
I didn't want to get into the argument.
Yeah. Just bring me some more.
Hangover for me, because the first one I thought was a really, really good movie, and the second one was not, and the third one was even worse. But
a little bit of a money grab.
The very first one was really, really good.
Yeah, I think they retired it, though. I don't think we'll see another Hangover.
Well, I've seen that. Reason I brought that up is I saw a news story the other day that Variety released Indiana Jones 5 with Harrison Ford will be 81 when they release it.
Probably need to shut that down.
It is getting terrible test screenings.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I mean, he's 81 years old.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
4th down.
What are you sick and tired of people trying to convince you is great?
YouTube TV.
I like it. I don't think I've tried to convince you it's
But
great.
I can't.
I like it. I've never tried to convince you it's great.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's primarily people on Twitter and the chat. You cannot complain about DirecTV without everybody telling you how great YouTube TV is.
Usually when you complain about something, somebody tries to offer you an alternative.
Yeah.
I hate eating at this place every night. Well, I want you to go here. Stop trying to convince me that place is great. Okay.
No, that place for the kids is Cookout. My daughter tries to convince me. It's right down the street from her dorm.
That's college kid food, man.
They love Cookout. And Cookout...
I haven't even tried it yet, but
there's a reason you can get
it.
50 items for $4.
I mean, that's the joy in it, is I could go in there with a 20 and feed my whole car.
But it looks like something that 4 people came, like we're all having to find an idea, but we're going to use every single idea.
No,
on
the menu's a bit confusing.
Everything.
I don't deny. Yeah.
So my buddies Maddie and Ben came to the pool this summer. They drove from Chelsea to downtown to go to Cookout and back to the house.
That's a bit excessive there. I don't think it's that good.
I mean, how many burger joints do you pass?
A lot.
Yeah.
I know you can only get cheese quesadillas, mini corn dogs, and tamales at one certain,
They do have a variety of a menu.
But you complain about rain fade. If we got storms on Saturday, you're going to lose some of your games, right?
Potentially, it just depends. Depends on how heavy the storms are. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't lose that on YouTube TV.
Yeah, you don't watch the Dolphins every Sunday on YouTube TV either.
I
Until
don't.
now that CBS 42 carries them every week.
You're right. I don't. I watch it on over the air with my antenna.
I know.
In 4K.
I'm so conditioned to never getting them.
For me, until just this week, it was iced coffee. And now I'm 3 days in a row with iced coffee. I'm hooked.
When in Rome.
Yeah.
I'm a follower.
I mean, I'm iced coffee right now. Lasts the whole show. It never gets cold.
What would have happened
It never gets cold?
if you would have got thrown in that mansion and
It's never started hot, so my hot coffee doesn't get cold.
eyes wide shut, you end up getting pushed into that mansion?
Okay.
I wouldn't say pushed.
I would wear a mask, no doubt. I would have participated, no doubt.
You're partnered up with the Brown Bandit?
And I can't play piano.
Whoa, now. Easy.
If you weren't playing piano, there wasn't a lot to do, right?
I could have been the guy with the big thing, ordering things to happen. I could have been that guy, the guy in charge. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, locally owned and operated, great guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. 4 locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
No, Chad, I'm still a man. It's just black. There's no sugar involved. Not Jimmy Macchiato here today. Komodo dragon, do you consider that a dragon?
No. I consider it a big lizard. It's a fancy lizard.
Dragonfly. Come on, man.
A Komodo dragon will mess you up.
Oh, yeah.
Chris says he spends so much at Cookout in Tuscaloosa, he should own stock in it by now.
I've only eaten at Cookout one time in my life, and it's when I moved Layton in. That's what they wanted to eat.
I've never done it. I've got well, I won't say better in case they're ever a sponsor. I've got great sponsor options that I enjoy a great deal.
Do you think if you had to eat Cookout 3 meals a day and pull what the Morgan, what was his name? Spurlock?
Spurlock, yeah.
What he did with Supersize Me and McDonald's, how much weight do you think you could gain? You have to do 3 different items off of Cookout every day for 30 days.
I would gain 3 to 5 pounds a day.
So you think you could gain 100 pounds?
Yeah, 100%. Do they have milkshakes?
I'd wipe a steak off for that.
Yeah, I bet you would.
Yeah.
And my heart.
Yeah.
Let's see, I can go into Hamburger Heaven on 280, and there are people back there hand pattying my burger.
You don't think they're doing that at Cookout?
They are not. I don't think they are.
Because they're cooking it out.
They've got scissors like cutting open that frozen bag of mini corn dogs and just dump it in the same fryer with fries, and they've got to like shake around to pull different things out.
We're back in a moment right here on TNR, including our conversation with Stan White next.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Back with you on the next round. Before we bring in Stan White, LT just got a delivery up here helping us out with Drinks with Dunaway. What just happened?
Look at that. Tight shot. This is how they bag it up for you at Buzzed. It's got the ordered items. Dunaway went with a bottle of Captain Morgan Original Spice Rum. He got a fifth of that. He got some hot buttered rum mix.
Yeah, a little hottie toddy we're making for the Alabama Ole Miss game this weekend.
Man, they package it up right there. Again, they bring the Buzz to you, BUZD. Get that app. It's pretty awesome. I mean, we ordered that, 20 minutes ago?
Yeah. Now it's delivered, and we're ready for Drinks with Dunaway. You'll see that on the platform. We've got a live Players Club coming up after the show, and part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Brown, how was it last night?
It was fantastic, as always. Love Odie's.
Give me your question.
What's heavier, the Liberty Bell or a full-grown bull moose?
Ooh, I think the Liberty Bell is smaller than I expect. I'm going to go full-grown bull moose.
It is the Liberty Bell.
Yeah, I was going to go Liberty Bell.
2,000 pounds.
Wow. That's a heavy-ass bell.
It is a heavy bell.
It is.
Odie's Tavern, though, great for lunch or dinner. Rodney Davis cooking up that incredible food for more than 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stop by, see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Stan White's the analyst for the Auburn Sports Network, 6:30. SEC Network, 3:30 airtime. Auburn Sports Network. Stan is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Stan? How are you?
Man, I'm doing great, guys. Now, let me chime in here. If the bull moose ate one of those Diablo sandwiches, then I think he may kick that 2,000-pound mark.
I like Stan combining the two. He's absolutely right. That Diablo could put. I love that thing, though, Stan. Those things are so good.
Yeah, I enjoyed hearing that. That was I would have went with the bull moose. But, I've never seen the Liberty Bell in person.
I think it was a trick question. I think a lot of people did that.
Yeah, one's got a crack. Well, yeah.
Oh wow, Jim. Yeah. Go ahead, LT.
Stan, let's go. Let's start first with the loss to Mississippi State in overtime, and then we'll get to A&M. Auburn coming back. I said this. There's really no quality losses in college football, but there was something about those guys just scratching and clawing for Cornell. It was kind of cool to watch.
Yeah, it was, and they kind of took on the personality of their coach, and you get down 24-3 on the road, and with that type of offense that Mike Leach has, that doesn't bode well. But credit the defense, really minus the first quarter, they did a really good job in that, and then the offense, they got the run game going. They had some designed runs for Robbie Ashford on the outside, did some old-fashioned 12 personnel, and they've done a lot of 12 personnel this year, but they toss sweep, pro eye, and they just clawed their way back, took the lead, and they just had a chance there at the end. Just came up short. Went to overtime, obviously, and but yeah, it was really it was good to see him. And then Carnell said at halftime, told Ronnie Brown on our broadcast, he goes, "We're just going to come out here and fight," and that's what you want, and they did that. And so yeah, there's no moral victories, but obviously it's a good step in the right direction for this Auburn team.
What do you think about his commitment, even down 24-3, to running the football? Because that seemed to be something the fans enjoyed, and it seemed to really do something with that team on the sidelines that they sort of bought into being physical and running the football.
Well, if you've seen Auburn at all this year, the area that Robbie Ashford has struggled in some is reading downfield and getting time to do it. His strength obviously is extending plays, trying to find a receiver downfield, running open, and also just running the ball in general. And so when he has struggled, it has been sitting in the pocket. Even when he's had time, he's probably just been programmed a little bit like that way because he has gotten pressure a lot of times too. So I think that played a part in it. Is your quarterback strength is clearly being able to extend plays, maybe get 6 or 8 yards outside the pocket, or maybe even get a bigger play throwing it downfield. And then you have Jarquez and Tank, who are clearly your biggest threats on the offensive side of the ball. So I think that had a lot to do with it. But, Carnell, he's one of those guys. I told a friend of mine this before the game even. I said, if you don't like Carnell, and especially after the game, if you don't like Carnell Williams, I don't care what your allegiance is. If you don't like Carnell Williams, then something's wrong with you. He's just a guy that wears his heart on his sleeve, and, he loves his university, loves the opportunity he's been given, and he loves his kids, and so that's why I see they're playing hard for him to the very end.
Stan White's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So the way I understand it, Stan, is most of the time in the Sunday meetings, the game plan for the next week is presented to the team. You've got that solidified, and you kind of start on that. And then Coach Harsin was fired on Monday So Will Friend just kind of took what was already presented and tried to make it work, if I understand all that process correctly. So how much, if that is all true, easier will it be on him to have been in from the front end of all of that this week?
Well, getting an extra couple of days probably feels like a bye week for him.
Yeah.
I mean, for real. I mean, it's when your game plan typically is put in, your actual game plan is put in the summer. I mean, you go and break down films and you see, you know what Mississippi State's going to do with Mike Leach. I mean, it's not anything different. And so, they'll tweak some things here and there, but you pretty much have your game plan. But then what you want to do is narrow down what you do offensively, defensively, special teams, and maybe put a few exotics in as far as blitzes or offensive plays. And then when that happens, you're ready to go on Monday. Well, that obviously didn't happen, and so they, like you heard Carnell talking about being up there at 1 or 2 in the morning, and I applaud what he said this week. So we told our coaches we got a life as well. I mean, we've got to get home, get some rest, get recharged, and making those guys go home because they do. It's a grind. I mean, it's 12, 15-hour days, and he probably saw at some point in time these guys were hitting to their point where they just needed a break, and so probably trying to get them out a little bit early. But yeah, having an extra couple of days certainly helps against this A&M team coming in town.
Speaking of this A&M team, Jimbo Fisher extremely well. I think he was your quarterback's coach for a little bit, right?
Correct. My senior year, our undefeated year, he was my quarterback coach. He's only about 7 years older than me. I was like 21, and he was 27, 28 years old.
And I think his bank account's a little bit bigger than yours.
Stan's done
well.
A little
bit. I mean, a little bit.
Hey, with that said, though, Stan, I mean, they're averaging an SEC low 22.8 points per game. I mean, this offense is awful. They've lost 5 consecutive games. It's just a bad product, and it doesn't make any sense with the recruiting he's done. He's been there for 5 years. What do you think's going on with Jimbo?
That program has been the biggest surprise. I would think it's no surprise that's been the biggest surprise to many people this season. They were preseason perennial top 10, some in top 5, and their record's same as Auburn, right? It's 3-6, and so that's been a difficult one to pinpoint. A lot of people, I think he gets blamed for having kind of an older, outdated offense. And I don't agree with it. I think he does a lot of RPOs that you do now, spread concepts, and he'll probably institute some of his own personal things he's learned throughout the years. But what are some of the common themes that you have on teams that have not had the year? It's the quarterback play, and maybe it's inexperience, such as in Auburn's case. Maybe it's a lack of consistency in A&M's and Auburn's case, and then maybe just that confidence factor. And so, A&M's, I have not seen them play every game. I would argue their best game is probably in a loss against Alabama. Would y'all agree with that?
So far, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's hard to pinpoint. They got one of the best running backs in America. They changed it. I think he's legit good. And their defense was supposed to be their, calling card. But yeah, it's hard to pinpoint. They got a lot of young guys. I get it. They got a lot of 5-stars out there that are freshmen, probably 17, 18 years old, but still, I mean, at this day and age, you can load up and play transfer portal, or you can sign classes, and you got to be able to manage that. And this year, obviously, I think has been a bit of a disappointment for him and that staff and that program.
6:30 SEC Network kick for Auburn and Texas A&M. So that's a 3:30 airtime. Auburn Sports Network. You're Stan, Andy, Ronnie, the entire gang there. Stan White, thank you for the time. Always great talking with you.
My pleasure, guys. Hey, save me a Diablo sandwich next time. I'm ready to have one of those.
It's on the house, man. We'll take care of it for you. Thanks.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, see you. Stan with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That game Saturday and all the games available there at mybookie.ag. College basketball, college football, the NFL. You play the money bag. One-of-a-kind opportunity to spin for crazy odds on props and futures. When you go to mybookie.ag, don't forget code NEXTROUND. When you sign up, they will match your first deposit bonus halfway up to $1,000. So in other words, let's say you put $200 in, you've got $300 to play with right away. It is that simple. When you use promo code NEXTROUND, mybookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND, not just a sports book, a community, bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. Don't forget that bonus, 50%, all the way up to $1,000 with promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag.
The Titans have released some additional renderings of their $2.1 billion stadium, the proposed stadium there in Nashville. If Forrester has them here, I was teasing ahead, but there you go. There's some of them right there. We'll show you the rest of them when we come back after this quick timeout. And our friends, there's another one right there. We'll just go ahead and take a look at them. Roll through those things. No, go ahead, Forrest. Let's go ahead and take a look at them. This is the way it would look inside at the stadium. And, again, it's going to be an open air like SoFi Stadium. So that's the terrace on the outside. The air will be able to flow through. It looks like that's set up for a boxing match, right?
Or concert in the
maybe.
round.
Concert in the round, maybe. Yeah. And there's a wider look of the Tennessee Stadium
awesome.
in Nashville.
I can't wait. Yeah.
$2.1 billion, and that'll be the new home for the Titans and the Super Bowl and the Final Four and some of that stuff there in Nashville if that goes through and that ends up being built up there, which everyone thinks it will eventually do that. When we come back, we will hear one more thing from Nick Saban about where the program is and how everything is working in college football for the Crimson Tide, who's got Ole Miss coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka and Redmont Distilling.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka, available in 20 states now. Ask for it by name. Also available at your package stores, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place, ABC stores. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Okay, a live Players Club coming up shortly after 1 o'clock. It'll take us a little bit to dial in Mick and get everything ready to go, but that's right when we're done here at the top of the hour. We'll break down 5 games usually, but we'll have a chat room open where you guys can jump into the conversation. We'll do a live Players Club coming up after our normal show here in just a second. This show being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. New York Butcher Shop, they give you the steak bet. LT will tell you about that after we hear Nick Saban discussing one of the big topics about this Alabama team moving forward, the transfer portal and the impact it's got on college football right now.
Well, I think, you could go through all the teams that we play, and they have significant players that have come in from the transfer portal. And Ole Miss certainly has significant players. LSU had significant players last week that, made their team better. And, it's almost like, can you only build your team in the draft, or is there such a thing as free agency now in college football? And for years, NFL teams use both of those things to help build their team. And I think, some teams are doing that. Some teams probably need to do it a little more than others. And but I think it creates a lot of parity relative to how fast you can rebuild a team, how fast you can sort of get your team where you need to be very, very competitive. And I think Ole Miss Lane's done a great job of that.
And the flip side is Alabama largely struck out there.
Yeah, other than Gibbs. But I feel like we've thought on this show that Nick Saban may be more open to doing more of the portal to sort of solve some problems for next year. That was brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher. They bring you the steak bet every day.
Yeah, stop by, see Jim and that great staff at New York Butcher Shop. The absolute best when it comes to the certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken, cut to order just for you. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
Don't forget tonight, Bud Light Game Night. We're out in Trussville. Come out and hang out with us if you're in the area. Trussville Social is where we'll be 5 to 7 p.m. Central Time. And we'll be talking football and a bunch of other stuff, as we always do on a Bud Light Game Night Thursday at Trussville Social. Thanks to Mintzy from Barstool, Brock Huard, and our buddy Stan White for being with us. All that, if you missed any, podcasted right there at nextroundlive.com. Remember to like and subscribe wherever you pull us down on our 12 platforms. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.